Okay.
That's getting out of hand. There's Mr. Water, he wants to talk about the rubbish bins and the boiler farm. There's questions about before. Evan wants to ask a question about Colac. A couple of questions about council business.
Yeah, whatever that means.
No one does. I will, but I'll probably have that on my notes board. Just for the...
All right, welcome everybody. I think we get started. And I'd like to formally declare and open the meeting of the Colac Otway Shire Council meeting of 28th August 2024. Almighty God, we seek your blessing and guidance in our deliberations on behalf of the people of Colac Otway Shire. Enable this council's decisions to be those that contribute to the true welfare and benefit of our community. President, we've got 2 councillors joining us online and 5 in the room today. Councillor Costin and Councillor Hart are online. Thank you. No apologies or leave of absence. I'd like to start this afternoon by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the lawmakers of this land, their elders past, present, and welcome any descendants here today. Please be advised that this meeting is recorded and live streamed with the exception of confidential matters. This includes the public participation sections of the meetings. The live stream recording of this afternoon's meeting will be available on the website as soon as practicable. By participating in open meetings, individuals consent to the use and disclosure of the information they share at the meeting, including any personal and/or sensitive information. Thank you. We'll now move on to question time. Colac Otway Shire encourages community input, and integral to this is the opportunity to ask questions at council meetings. 30 minutes is allowed for questions at council meetings, and community members wishing to ask questions of council by video conference were requested to register their intention before 5 p.m. on the 26th of August. No requests were received. I have received questions in writing from Mr James Judd, Mr Jason Schramm and Mr Jeff Cook. These questions will be read out and a response will be provided by the relevant member of the executive management team. My first question is from Mr Judd. When officers of the Colac Otway Shire Council claim they have renewed sections of a footpath, when will they state the truth and stipulate the actual site work was done and not claim they renewed sections of a footpath outside a council operation, as it has renewed nothing in any years outside 49 Queen Street? Colac could be at least decades now. Response from General Manager, Infrastructure and Operations.
Thank you, Mayor. As noted in a previous response to a similar question earlier this year, all footpaths are subject to routine inspections on an annual basis, and we also respond to requests from the community to inspect where there's a concern. The footpath in question was inspected on the 18th of March this year, and a section of footpath has been identified for replacement to ensure the surface meets the standards identified in Council's adopted road management plan. This work will be occurring over the coming months under the 2024-25 footpath renewal program. We note this path had been inspected previously and repairs undertaken to a section of path.
Thank you, Doug. The next question is, why did Colac Otway Shire Council allow developers in the east of Colac not to supply any open spaces, but using the excuse fields will be available at an alternative site when Council did not even have control over the proposed site at the time, so they could be developed as playing fields or open space? Yet it has been claimed that millions of dollars would have been received after Council obtained the land for it to be usable. Response from General Manager, Community and Economy.
Through you, Mayor. It is assumed that the question refers to the residential land development at 3652 Bruce Street, Colac. The developer of this land is required to provide an open space contribution. However, council has determined that a cash contribution in lieu of land is more applicable in this instance, as the development area is not of a sufficient size to provide for a suitable parcel of land for public open space. In addition, the residential land development is in close proximity to existing public open space along the Lake Colac foreshore. Public open space cash contributions are used to develop and improve existing open space in a similar area to where the land is developed.
Thank you. And a third question, is the 40-kilometre speed limit on certain sections of streets in Colac just another warning the Colac Otway Shire wants no heavy-duty east-west roads north of the Great Ocean Road in this shire? Or is this just a way to reintroduce the failed attempt by council in 2012 to detour all heavy traffic off Murray Street through the Colac CBD and into residential areas and near schools? Response, General Manager, Infrastructure and Operations.
Through you, Mayor. The introduction of a 40km/h speed limit in the CBD of Colac is aimed at improving the safety of this area for cyclists and pedestrians, and is an initiative that was recommended in the 2012 Colac CBD and Entrances project adopted by Council. It doesn't aim to influence the routes taken by heavy vehicles.
Thank you. And a fourth question, are submissions committee meetings called by the Otway Shire Council ever genuine, since this council has a long record of refusing to acknowledge receipt of some submissions lodged well before the time limits? Some submissions not even acknowledged until well over a month after lodged at Colac offices, on occasions no acknowledgement sent until a person complains to the office about no advice being received. Response, Acting General Manager, Corporate Services.
Through you, Mayor. It is Council's practice to acknowledge submissions when they are received, and submitters are invited to attend submission committee meetings relevant to the initiative that has been exhibited. We try to ensure that such responses are timely. Council genuinely considers these meetings to be an important part of the process, allowing councillors to better understand the issues or concerns being raised, and it is noted that submissions received after the end of the formal submission period are always accepted and heard by council where it is practical.
Thank you. The below question was submitted for the unscheduled meeting on August 14, but was missed off the list of questions, so we've added it to this list instead. Why is the Colac Otway Shire Council proposing to carry out a feasibility study now into the provision of a footpath around Lake Colac, since this council gave a firm undertaking many years back that it would be done? Or is this, like very many other undertakings given by this council, that you will look for excuses never to do what you promised you would do? These include the Colac 2050 growth plan, the extension of the centre strip of Murray Street down to Armstrong Street, the provision of open space and playing fields as Colac grows as proposed in the Colac 2050 growth plan. Response from General Manager, Community and Economy.
Through you, Mayor. Council has already prepared a draft feasibility study for a pathway around Lake Colac. At its 14th August 2024 Council meeting, Council resolved to exhibit the draft Lake Colac pathway feasibility study for a minimum of 6 weeks in the first 6 months of 2025 for the purpose of inviting public submissions. Mr Judd may wish to review the draft study once it's on public exhibition and make a submission for Council's consideration.
If the Colac Otway Shire Council is not able to obtain all the funds it proposed to receive from all property developments in the Colac 2050 growth plan area, so all needed infrastructure can be provided at no extra expense, will this council be able to give a firm undertaking that the Colac 2050 growth plan will actually be introduced on time, with changes introduced by the Victorian State Government on council rezoned lands, plus the fact that the state has a call on funds prior to council receiving anything? This council has been aware of the state changes for a long time, and council officers have refused to check up on how these changes would affect council's income when drawn to their attention. Response from General Manager, Community and Economy.
Through you, Mayor. Council is making good progress with the implementation of the Colac 2050 growth plan and securing a supply of residential development land through rezoning of land in 2023 in Irwillipi Road and on Colac Lavers Hill Road and Harris Road. Council is also progressing development plans and planning applications for the release of land for housing in Colac West. In each of these locations, Council will have legal agreements in place to ensure developers either provide at full cost or their fair share of costs towards infrastructure that is required to service future development. In addition, Council is in the middle of a process to develop a precinct structure plan for the western growth area of Colac. Much of the shared infrastructure such as drainage retention and wetlands, road duplications, sporting fields and community facilities are longer-term investments that will be factored into Council's long-term financial planning and will be supported by grant funding and, in the case of Deans Creek, a comprehensive development contribution plan. Council is focused on ensuring its future planning minimises the cost impacts of funding infrastructure that is needed to service the growth of Colac.
Thank you. Now I've got some questions from Mr Schramm. Question 1. Why did officers not follow the council resolution adopted unanimously by council in September 2020 in regard to Meredith Park to present a report to council after community and agency consultation, amongst other points? Response from General Manager, Community and Economy.
Through you, Mayor. The resolution of Council at its September 2020 meeting instructed the preparation of a report regarding the options and opportunities to improve the camping area at Meredith Park, including new guidelines and enforceable regulations. It also asked officers to present possible opportunities for a standalone master plan for Meredith Park. In response to the resolution, officers investigated the existing regulations that govern the management and use of the park. It was found that the guidelines are still appropriate and remain in force until revoked or amended by the relevant Victorian Government Minister, and therefore new guidelines don't need to be implemented at this point in time. Officers then undertook an analysis of the range of options available to Council regarding the future use and management of Meredith Park in accordance with the 2020 Council resolution. These options were discussed with councillors on a number of occasions. Furthermore, as per the resolution, engagement has been undertaken with relevant agencies and the options were also discussed with the Lake Colac Coordinating Committee, which is an advisory committee of Council. Through the analysis of the options and discussions with councillors, it was established that there is a significant financial cost and a high level of risk to Council of operating Meredith Park as a camping ground. Council needs to consider if operating Meredith Park as a camping ground is a service that it should continue to provide. Therefore, it is considered appropriate to receive feedback from the community about the level of service rather than assuming that it should continue as a camping ground. To further assess the future level of service, a report is presented to today's council meeting seeking support to undertake community engagement on the two relevant options available to council.
Thank you. There's a second question which is repeats the above question, and there's a second part to that question that I won't allow under the governance rules as it is intended to be offensive and to embarrass the organisation. Councillor Finnegan.
Sorry, Mayor. Would it also be relevant to mention that point 1 of the motion referred to, the notice of motion referred to at the...
I'll have to refer that to the emergency, to the team.
Yeah, well, the date of that, the date mentioned in point 1 was that this was to instruct officers to prepare a report that will be brought back to a future council meeting no later than May 2021. And we are currently in August of 2024, and it still hasn't come back.
Is that a question?
Would you like? Would
to
it be relevant to
comment?
Make note of that?
CEO?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Finnegan. Happy to acknowledge that there was a formal date set through the resolution of Council. Council officers did present an options paper and present that to the councillors at a briefing. Had some great conversations in early May 2021. In anticipation of bringing a report to the chamber, the conversations led to councillors asking actually officers to go and do further work, and that's been part of, I guess, a conversation that's happened, albeit with some extended periods in between briefings. But yeah, we did prepare an options paper and bring that to councillors in the first instance. We were asked to go and do further work.
Thank you. Now I'll move on to question 3. Why is it necessary to state where funding must come from in regard to the Anchor in the Gardens master plan? This seems frivolous. Response from General Manager, Infrastructure and Operations.
Through you, Mayor. The draft master plan for the Botanic Gardens has been modified in response to submissions to identify the potential for relocation of the Anchor to the foreshore. The wording indicates funding for this initiative should be community-driven, given that it's largely a community-driven initiative.
Thank you. And a fourth question. In previous council meetings, councillors wanted to consider the budget in regard to maintaining the town entry at Colac East. Was any money allocated in the budget to do some grass cutting for the Colac's main entry? Response from General Manager, Infrastructure and Operations.
Through you, Mayor. Council considered a report at its meeting on the 28th of February this year relating to options for future maintenance of the Colac East Princess Highway corridor and considered the item as part of the 2024-25 budget deliberations. Council did not include this item in its adopted budget, and the area is still the responsibility of the Department of Transport and Planning.
Thank you. I'll move on to questions from Jeff Cook. I read that the repairs to the Blue Water roof are now only $200,000 as compared to an initial quote of $1 million. Given that the electrification of Blue Water is on the agenda and eventually likely to happen, will the repairs to the roof be adequate to allow for the installation of solar panels to augment the centre's function? Response from General Manager, Community and Economy.
Through you, Mayor. Council has undertaken further investigations on the Blue Water Leisure Centre roof, which indicates that the primary steel is not suffering any structural integrity loss. This has enabled a revised strategy to mitigate against current and any future structural issues and enable the asset to achieve the forecast life, which is anticipated to be approximately 10 years. The existing Blue Water Leisure Centre aquatic roof does not have the structural integrity to have solar panels on it, and the intended works won't change the structural capacity to enable solar panels. When the roof meets the end of its useful life, it would be recommended to investigate replacing it with a structure that would have the capacity to accommodate solar panels.
Thank you. So that concludes the written questions. We will now move on to questions from the gallery. And in accordance with the new governance rules, we have sought registration for questions from the gallery. Could the first registered speaker, I think it's Mr. Thomas Chamberlain, come to the and ask a question, please.
Over there.
Could you ask a question into the microphone, please,
Yeah, I can.
Mr. Chamberlain?
Why don't we have a zebra crossing? You've got a cinema, you've got a bloody train track, and why don't you whack a zebra crossing in to slow the buggers down when you put the new track in?
Okay, so your question is about a zebra crossing outside
front
the
centre.
Copac across
Front
from the
centre,
railway
my
station.
dear.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Who would like to answer that question? Thank you. Mr. McNeil.
Through you, Mayor. Thank you for that question, and we note that your feedback around that topic. There hasn't been a need identified there for a pedestrian crossing. Council's in the process of undertaking a...
Can you let the officer answer the question, please?
Council is undertaking a precinct plan for this part of the Colac CBD, and that will propose some changes for traffic management and pedestrian safety, and we encourage you to have a look at that draft plan when it's placed on public exhibition.
Thank you. Now move on to Mr. Webber. Would you like to step up and ask your questions around rubbish bins and broiler farm? Thank you, Mr. Webber.
Last council meeting I asked a question on the rubbish bins blowing over. Now, yesterday they were all over Apollo Bay, rubbish blowing down the streets and tins, all sorts of things. Rubbish bins tipped over, not able to be picked up. Now, there's been a suggestion by a local that they could have feet placed on them so they don't tip over, or feet on the ground that they sit into. Has the council had any discussions with the waste management people? As I asked last time.
Thanks, Mr. Webber. Mr. McNeil, can you?
Through you, Mayor, thanks for the question, Mr. Webber. There certainly has been some follow-up of that since it was raised at the last meeting. I'd be happy to make contact with you in the coming days to let you know how that's travelling.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
On the broiler farm, we asked a question from Neil Longmore about whether the council had an intensive farming policy and also whether any birds, including native birds, would be shot if they approached the broiler farm. Do we have an answer on that yet?
CEO.
Mr. Webber, thank you. I do recall the question around whether we have an intensive farming policy, and we took that on notice, and I don't have the appropriate planning people here, so I apologise for not following that up before now. They may have looked into that, and I just don't have that answer at hand, so we will have to come back on that one. And in terms of the proposal that native birds would be shot, I don't think that there's any expectation of that just for being in proximity, no.
Right, thank you. Can I ask a supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr Webber. We've got a short time, but if it's a quick one.
There's a proposal not to have any more questions without notice. Is that the case? Because most or all parliaments in Australia have questions without notice.
Thank you, Mr Webber. Who'd like to make a comment on that?
I'm happy to take that. Thanks, Mr Webber. So the governance rules don't prohibit questions without notice. There can be questions provided in writing in advance, which is very helpful because we get detail that we can provide a fulsome response to. But your question, there are questions here that have been provided without notice prior to the meeting. All we're asking is to know who would like to ask a question tonight that hasn't had prior notice, and just the general topic. So they're still certainly allowed under the new governance rules.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Heather Munro, I think you want to ask a question. Councillor Finnegan.
I was going to provide some context to the end of that answer, because I've just looked at the council's website for information around submitting a question at a council meeting, and noting that the council previously passed updated governance rules that do require, in the new governance rules, require members of the public to register to ask a question to provide a topic. It should be noted that our own website has not been updated, and it says ways to ask a question. It says raise your hand for the members of the public to, quote, raise their hand and ask a question from the public gallery when invited to by the chair. And when it says questions asked verbally during question time, it says members of the public gallery are welcome to raise their hand and ask their questions when invited to by the chair.
Thanks, Councillor Finnegan. I think what you're pointing out is that the new governance rules haven't been uploaded. Is that what you're...
The website
have.
hasn't been updated.
The website hasn't been updated. Okay. Thank you. We'll make sure that happens. Now we've got a question. Heather Munro, you've registered to ask a question.
Yeah, so my question is just in regards to the report about the lake swimming and events. I just want to know if council really think that taking water from the edge of the lake is indicative of the lake's health, and also if they're taking that report into consideration before they make their vote tonight, what are council going to do about fixing our lake, which is arguably our greatest asset?
Thanks, Heather. Who'd like to answer that one? Mr Sheeran.
Through you, Mayor. Thanks for the question, Ms Munro. We take water tests into separate areas. They are close to the edge of the lake. We do think that they're indicative of the water quality. Ideally, it would be great to do water testing in many different areas of the lake, but that comes at a significant cost. In terms of fixing the lake, as a lot of people would be aware, there's no simple solution to that. There's lots of inputs into the lake, whether that's stormwater or through our tributaries, and there's lots of influences on the water quality. So it's not an easy solution to fix the water quality.
Thank you, Mr Sheeran. We move on to Mr Schramm. You've registered to ask some questions.
Thanks. In regard to the cleaning contract, which is now on the website, that's been awarded for $943,000, some $560,000 more than the last contract. In the last meeting, I think Councillor Finnegan asked a question about staff requesting more money. Considering that was requested after the tenders had closed, how did staff know they needed more money if they hadn't scored the tenders already? Because if they had have scored them and somebody came in under the original budget, they wouldn't have needed to request the additional money. And the indication from the CEO was they'd hadn't done any of the scoring.
Thanks, through the chair.
Thanks,
Happy
Sarah.
to respond. Thanks, Mr Schramm, for your question. Yeah, that's correct. Officers hadn't undertaken the scoring. There's an evaluation panel that gets into the detail of the submissions, assesses those submissions against the published criteria, and that is the evaluation process. However, the tenders had been received. The number of tenderers was known, the range, which was quite a range, of tender prices was known, although nothing had been scored, so there's no understanding about ranking and all of the other important things that get considered. So my statement that evaluation and assessment hadn't happened is true, but there was enough of an understanding that the market was coming back with a range of prices that indicated that an adjustment to the budget would be appropriate.
Yeah, just to
Another
follow up,
question, Mr Schramm.
yeah, I indicated at the door that I asked two.
Thank you.
Yeah, just, I guess, a follow-up to that, wouldn't there be procurement or some sort of policy rules that if the tenders came in so far above the budget, which it seemingly has, that, you know, adjustments and whatever that needed to be made, you would nearly have to go out to re-tender with, you know, either a change of scope of works or to better reflect what money the council did have. Otherwise, you would have to change the goalposts on your scoring. And being so far above last year's, like more than double last year's contract, you would think that those companies would have been ruled out under the original process.
Yeah, so thanks again,
Thanks,
Mr Schramm.
Sarah.
So just to reassure people, the contract that's awarded is certainly not double what last year's contract cost council. The reference point you have is 5 years ago at a point where that contract was awarded, and there have been a range of indexation and changes to scope that mean that actually what was awarded for 1 year in 2019 is not what was paid last year. So we're going from a point of reference last year about an actual contract cost to a new contract, and it's not double. In terms of going back to market, this is a schedule of rates contract, and so the better process would be to receive the tenders, assess the tenders, determine the tenderer that provides best value for money, and then if councillors would like to bring the cost back, work with that contract once awarded through the provisions of the contract to change the schedule and therefore the scope and extent of services and bring the cost down that way. Going back to market wouldn't be necessary. It would actually waste a lot of time for people who have put in tenders and a significant amount of effort in that. And I don't believe that it would actually change the ranking. It would, as I say, there's already a mechanism within the contract to scale up and down. That's the generally better process.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just quickly, why did it change from 857 as advertised in the agenda to 943, what was awarded on the website? Thank you.
Most likely the answer to that would be through you, Madam Mayor, that it includes GST.
Thank you. Thank you. And we've got one last person who's registered, Oliver Kerr. If you'd like to come to the lectern and ask your question about response time. Thank you.
G'day everyone. We recently applied for a planning permit to build a house down in Hortonvale, and it took almost 12 months to get the permit, and I've heard this is probably on the short end of things here. I was talking to a friend recently in another council, and their council has a 2-week turnaround on permit times, and I was just interested to know if council or staff thought this was an appropriate time, and if they thought maybe it was because of underfunding, or if they thought there was something should be done about this.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr McNeil.
Through you, Mayor. Look, thanks for the question. In planning, there are many influences over how long it can take to process an application, and certainly in this shire and in the area that you live, the planning scheme is quite a complex one, and there's a range of issues like bushfire, protection, landslip, managing native vegetation, significant landscapes. There's a number of controls in the planning scheme that aim to deal with those things. And so planning applications can take some time to work through all the relevant issues that get raised through those. There's referral to external agencies, public notice, not aware of the circumstances of your application, but it is very difficult to compare how long it might take for an application in another council to consideration of applications here. But certainly if you've got any concerns about how long it's taken for your particular application, you can feel free to raise those with staff outside of the meeting, or we'd be happy to have a talk to you.
I support all the ideas. Obviously you don't want a house to burn down. You don't want the Great Ocean Road to be built up from end to end. You want the land to be used sustainably. But I understand council had a 3-month rule on turnaround on permits, but that if it exceeded that, there was no penalties or anything. Does council have an idea of an average time for a turnaround for a permit, and would it be worth trying to, have some sort of a limit on that?
Average time, Mr McNeil?
Through you, Mayor, under the state legislation, simple and straightforward planning permits, which are Vic Smart applications, the target for those is 10 business days, but they're the more straightforward, simple ones. For more complicated ones that don't meet that category, the statutory timeframe is 60 days. And so we aim to meet that where we can. And in fact, our record in the last year to 2 years has been quite strong in terms of the percentage that are determined within that 60-day period is quite high and higher than the regional average. But that's not to say that some applications do take longer than that, and that'll depend on the circumstances of the site and the significance of the issues that are raised. And sometimes applications can take a substantial amount of time because they're on hold for significant periods whilst an applicant's providing further information, undertaking more technical assessments that might be identified through the process. So I think this council can be quite proud about the performance in planning and around how the timeframes for determining applications, but it is certainly recognised it's a complicated planning scheme and some applications will take some time to process.
Thanks. Do you know what that percentage was for that meet the 60 days?
Through you, Mayor, it does range at different times. At times it's been up around 85% and sometimes it drops down sort of to 70% and somewhere in between. Yeah.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
Can I just add to that for the interest of the community that we are in the process of compiling exactly those kind of stats as part of our annual reporting, and in the next few weeks there'll be a lot of great information, including turnaround times. So that's an opportunity to have a look at that, and also some benchmarking with others.
Thank you. Thank you.
Before Mr Schramm leaves, can I answer the other part of your question? Mr McNeil was right. The website on the cleaning contract, all of our contracts include GST, $857,000. With 10% GST is $943,000. Good to close it out now.
Okay, that concludes our question time. You didn't register to ask a question? Okay. We'll allow it this time, but it will be clear that from now on people will need to register with
Thank you for the opportunity.
with a topic.
I was at the last council meeting in Apollo Bay and I wasn't very impressed, along with a few others, I think, with us here tonight, about the fact that you've gone with the Victorian governance on question time. So my question, I suppose, tonight is, what is the procedure to have that motion rescinded or to get this back the way it was before? Something along the lines of red tape reduction.
Ask Governance Manager to answer that one.
Thanks, and through you, Mayor. The provisions in relation to public question time are embedded in the newly adopted governance rules. So if there was a view to change those provisions, we would need to have Council consider a report on revised governance rules, and that would, if it were considered sufficiently material to then warrant further public consultation, we would go through a public consultation process before having Council make a decision to amend the rules. So that would be the process we would follow, because they are embedded within these rules that have been recently adopted.
If I leave some contact details, can you send me that information, please?
Certainly, through you, Mayor, I can provide
Thank
you
you.
some information in writing. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got a bit of interference there. Thank you, everybody. That concludes question time. We now go on to item 6, petition and joint letters, which we don't have any at this point. And now we go to number 7, declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest, please? No? No. Okay, thank you. No declarations of interest. We'll move on to confirmation of minutes. I propose that we move to confirm the minutes of the council meeting held on 24 July 2024 and the unscheduled council meeting held on the 14th of August 2024. Do I have a mover? Councillor Arnott. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Potter. Is it to be opposed? Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? Carried. 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 Councillor Hart, Councillor Costin, Councillor Arnott, Councillor Hanson, Councillor White, Councillor Potter, Councillor Finnegan. Now we move on to officers' reports. Item 9.1, PP 1139/2023-1-173 Hart Street, Colac, use and development of a childcare centre. The purpose of this report is to inform Council on the application for the use and development of childcare centre at 173 Hart Street, Colac. A detailed officer's report assessing the merits of the proposal have been provided to councillors. Councillors, before I ask for a motion, do any councillors wish to ask a question of the officers? Councillor Potter.
Thanks, Mayor. Recently, councillors met officers at the proposed site and looked at the parking issues, the drainage issues, the nature strip and so forth, and raised some concerns. Were those concerns taken to the applicant for their consideration?
Through you, Mayor, following the site visit and before this council report was finalised, we tried to contact the applicant, that is the person who submitted the application, as listed on the application form twice, and left voicemail messages asking for them to call back so we could discuss the officer recommendation and conditions that we were recommending. Those phone calls weren't returned. We subsequently, when the conditions were finalised, sent those out to both the applicant and the owner of the land as listed on the application form. Again, we had no response to that. Those were sent by email.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Finnegan.
So essentially we have a phantom owner and applicant in this matter, if they're not responding to us.
Through you, Mayor, they are and have responded on other matters through the processing of the application. There definitely is an applicant and an owner. They opted not to respond to the contact regarding the conditions.
Thank you. Any other questions? No other question? Councillor Hanson.
During submissions regarding this item, there are a lot of concerns around traffic and traffic flows, which obviously through the report, you know, you've stated, I think, you know, when there'll be maximum and minimum traffic flows. But has the applicant said anything about holding like events there, like Christmas events, when there could be overflow traffic, not in line with just normal, you know, midweek traffic in and out of the centre?
Through you, Mayor, as part of the application, a traffic report was submitted. That traffic report makes no reference to any events or parties or any such things being held at the childcare centre. It focuses very much on just drop-off and collection associated with childcare, and the applicant has never made any indication of any other use of the building other than solely for childcare.
Thank you. Councillor Finnegan.
Thank you, Mayor. In relation to traffic and the like, and roughly what times a day have sort of traffic counts and that been undertaken to, detail as to how much traffic's on Hart Street at any given time around where this childcare centre is proposed to be?
Through you, Mayor. So my team has undertaken a traffic count survey for a period of 14 days, which then guides determine the annual average daily traffic. I'm not 100% sure on the dates, but it was 2 months ago, approximately about 2 months ago.
And with that, I presume was an electronic sort of method of survey or count, is that correct?
Through you, Mayor. Yes, we've got traffic counters called metro counts, which are generally used within Australia. They are electronic, and they've got 2 tubes which go across the road. Yes, it is an electronic device.
And do those counts measure the time of day and everything like that and log exactly when those counts were? Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor. Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor White. I note in the officer's recommendation, item 13, there's a recommendation for improvement of curb and channelling out in front of the premises and on the other side, on the eastern side. Is there any, objectionable reason or legal reason we couldn't extend that requirement down to the corner of Hart and Airy Street, similar to what is required for construction of the footpath in item 17?
Through you, Mayor. So we do not see the need for a widening of the intersection of widening to the intersection of Hart and Airy Street. The childcare has provided sufficient parking spaces required for both AM and PM peak periods and is compliant with the clause 52.06 of the planning provision. There is also additional provision of up to 5 parking spaces in front of the eastern side of the development. Similarly, Hart Street is about 7.3 meters wide and can be classified as an access street according to the infrastructure design manual and can handle up to 2,500 vehicles per day. Currently, Hart Street's average daily traffic is around 185 vehicles per day, meaning that even with the extra traffic generated by the childcare centre, it remains well within its capacity.
Thank you. Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to ask if there's any requirement, condition or other requirement to submit an external lighting management plan in relation to the number and type of external lights. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, condition 32 in the recommendation talks about external lighting and requires it to be designed and baffled so as not to affect neighbouring properties. The recommendation doesn't include a requirement to submit or have approved a lighting plan, so that would have to be an additional condition should it be desired.
Thank you. Mayor, I'll just flag that I'll propose an amendment to require an external lighting management plan.
Thanks, Councillor Costin.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions? If I don't have any other questions, councillors, the officers have provided a recommendation with the report for our consideration. Does any councillor wish to move a motion in relation to this matter? Councillors? Councillor Potter? Do I have a seconder? Councillor Arnott? Councillor Potter?
Mayor, I'll move the officer's recommendation just to have the discussion and support the work that officers have put into this report. I don't want this to be indicative of which way I may vote.
Thank you. Councillor Potter?
I'm supporting the seconding of the motion based on the same premise.
Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Councillor Potter?
Thanks, Mayor. Look, as a matter of principle, I'm a supporter of the development of childcare centres. They're badly needed in this shire to support people to work and in their own personal circumstances. But that doesn't mean that I have an attitude of childcare centres no matter what. Each one should be considered on its merits and should be combined should be considered within the planning controls rules, having regard to submissions by affected or interested parties. Council received a number of objections to this application, and I've viewed those objections and I think they certainly had merit. The objectors were listened to and considered by councillors and officers, including a visit by some councillors and officers to the site. What bothers me, besides whether this is fitting within the planning control rules, is that it appears the applicant hasn't really engaged with objectors and officers as a way to try and address concerns. Mediation's been offered by our planning department, but the applicant declined to participate. They didn't appear at the submissions hearing. This in itself is not grounds to not support this, though. They don't have to do those things, I get that. But historically, in my experience in this chamber, applicants do try to mediate and meet with objectors and officers to try and find a way forward. And I think it goes a long way to show that a company or a business wants to be a good neighbour and show some goodwill. I think there are issues with this application, and I don't know that it ticks all the boxes under the planning requirements. I think the officers have done a great job in preparing a whole raft of conditions to be applied to a permit if it was to be issued, and I'm grateful for their work. But for me at the moment, I have doubts as to whether I'll support this.
Thanks, Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor White. I probably should just say I reserve right.
Thank you. Councillor Costin, you had an amendment?
Thank you, Mayor. If that could, I think we have wording, if that could come up on the screen, thank you. Okay, the amendment is the addition of conditions 31, 32 under the heading of lighting. That prior to, can we just go down a little bit? I can't see the top. No, the other way. Lost it completely now. Yep. Prior to the commencement of development, unless an alternate time frame is agreed in writing by the responsible authority, a lighting management plan must be submitted and approved in writing by the RA. The lighting management plan must show the locations of all external lighting and treatments to avoid light spill onto neighbouring properties. Prior to the commencement of the use hereby permitted, all external lighting must be installed in accordance with the approved lighting management plan. The lighting must thereafter be maintained in accordance with the approved plan unless otherwise approved by the RA. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Costin. Is Councillor Costin's amendment to be seconded? Councillor Hart, is that your hand up?
I have a question, Mayor.
Question?
Well, my first question is, we were showed a whole lot of extra stuff there. Can we have some clarity? We're only talking about these extra conditions 31, 32. And the second question, without quickly going and having a look at the agenda, does that require any renumbering of subsequent conditions? And I mean, I'm happy to second what Councillor Costin is moving, but I think we need some clarity as to whether there's a need to renumber other conditions without me quickly looking at the agenda to see that for myself.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. We'll get some advice on that.
Through you, Mayor, given that there may well be a number of different amendments, any consequential renumbering that might occur throughout the entirety of the motion, as it is amended, would need to be brought together in the final resolution for Council's consideration. So my suggestion for practical purposes is to consider each motion, and then Governance Council business would need some time to undertake that renumbering rather than doing it over and over again and finding that we make it more confusing for councillors rather than less.
So we go ahead with the amendment. So you're seconding the amendment, Councillor Hart?
You're on
May I,
mute, Councillor Hart.
I'm seconding the amendment motion that is moved by Councillor Costin, but I would have thought there at least needs to be a sentence that says something like, and any subsequent conditions will be renumbered to reflect these additional conditions. That would be a sentence that would be could be accommodated if there's multiple amendments, but I think surely we have to have a sentence along the lines that subsequent conditions will be, any subsequent conditions will be renumbered to reflect that additional conditions have been added, or something of that way.
Through you, Mayor, Councillor Hart, we've added at the top of the line there, apologies, it may be difficult to read, we've added, so the entirety of the first sentence reads that Council add conditions 31 and 32 under the heading lighting with subsequent conditions renumbered accordingly before going into the substance of 31 and 32.
Very happy, thanks Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Costin, do you want to speak to your amendment?
Thank you, Mayor. This is just to, firstly, this is no way should be taken to as my endorsement of the recommendation. I'm just trying to tighten this up so that there may be some degree of more comfort here. The plan we have at the moment doesn't show any external lighting, and I'm aware of other cases in the municipality where buildings have been built and they're lit up in such a way that they can be seen from outer space, and they might not directly shine into neighbouring properties, but they certainly create an ambient lighting problem, particularly if the lights flash on and off through movement actuation. So a management plan is just a sensible approach to control this. We're doing this with our acoustic management approach, where officers have proposed some additional fencing and the submission of an acoustic management plan. So this just tightens up another potential nuisance from this site. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hart?
Thanks, Mayor. I do agree with the point that Councillor Costin has made in the sense that lighting can be a nuisance. I'm not sure that I entirely accept the point that you can see the lighting from outer space. I think that's what he said. But I certainly agree with the points that have been made, and that this would certainly make this permit that we're considering somewhat more acceptable. That said, as I often say with these, I'm reserving my right to speak to the motion in due course, and I'm just focusing my discussion for now on the particular amendment we're dealing with.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. Does any other councillor wish to speak to the amendment? No other councillor wishes to speak to the amendment? Well, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour of the amendment? Carried. Councillor Hart, Councillor Costin, Councillor Arnott, Councillor Hanson, Councillor White, Councillor Potter, Councillor Finnegan. Carried. 7-0. We'll go back to the substantive motion. Councillor Arnott reserved. Other councillors wishes to speak? Councillor Finnegan.
Thanks very much, Mayor. As a person with 6 siblings, 19 cousins, and enough nieces and nephews and younger cousins to fill a couple of soccer teams, I'm well aware of the need for childcare in the Colac Otway Shire. I'm also acutely aware of the problems posed by this site on a narrow sealed section of Hart Street with large open drains and soft verges, near 2 overgrowing schools, meaning in particular morning drop-off and also afternoon pick-up times, in my opinion, will be absolute carnage. Not only cars can line this already narrow street, they'll do untold damage to the wet verges, and safety issues are abound with passengers of vehicles risking falling into open drains, cars potentially parking on or even over driveways, emergency access being impeded, and lines of sight being restricted, which could lead to car accidents. You cannot take a cookie-cutter, pre-moulded, drop-and-go approach to childcare centre development. What works in the western suburbs of Melbourne does not always work in other areas. The community have come out en masse against the inappropriateness of this development. Perhaps this could have been managed, but considering the developers and owners being non-respondent to questions from our planners on the proposed permit conditions, that this centre hasn't even been granted a planning permit yet, is already listed for lease for, let's just say, an amount. We also run the risk of possibly approving this childcare development only for it to sit empty without an operator potentially for years. It's with this in mind that I just don't think this is right, and I'll be standing with our community and I'll be voting against it.
Thanks, Councillor Finnegan. Councillor Hanson.
Yeah, I'd like to move an amendment, which I think might have been up here. And it was actually both of them. I would like to move the amendment for a new condition. Well, I don't know whether I can move them both at once. A new condition for number 5, I think I can, and replacement of condition 12.
Do you want to read those out for us, Councillor Hanson?
Oh, you want me to read them?
Yeah.
Okay, that council add a new condition 5, that no children's parties or events may be held at the childcare centre without the prior permission of the responsible authority obtained through the submission of a planning application, and the replacement of condition 12 to read prior to the commencement of the use hereby permitted unless otherwise agreed in writing by the responsible authority, those sections of the Hart Street nature strip on both sides of the road from the southern boundary of the site to the intersection of Hart Street and Airy Street must be developed to create parking and surface with all-weather seal coat to the satisfaction of the responsible authority.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for Councillor Hanson's amendment? Councillor Finnegan. Want to speak to that, Councillor Finnegan?
Oh,
I'll go back to Councillor Hanson first. Yep.
Yeah, as the mover, I get to speak first. The point 5 is, through the submissions, it became very clear that there was a lot of concern around parking and overflow parking in the area, and people who know the area well, they raised some very significant concerns about people parking on the street, about the spoon drains, and having not that long ago used childcare, I know that sometimes childcare centres can have events whereby, and you know, this centre is proposing, I think, around close enough to 100 children. You can have events where, you know, you could end up with many, many cars parked out on the street, and that's why I think there needs to be new condition 5, and the replacement of condition 12 is also to address the concerns of submitters regarding the spoon drains and the state of the road in that area.
Thanks, Councillor Hanson. Councillor Finnegan.
Yeah, I'll speak, and I will rise to second this amendment whilst I'm against the original substantive motion, and in the end we'll probably end up voting against it. I do think this is a sensible amendment that would perhaps, in the event of other councillors wanting to grant approval to this site, will lessen impact. And I believe that sometimes my job as a councillor is to look at the board and see where I can, what I can do to lessen the negative impact of proposals. So it's with that in mind that I will vote for this amendment, but still vote against the substantive motion.
Thank you. Does any other councillor wish to speak to the amendment? Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor White. I would really like to thank Councillor Hanson for moving this motion and Councillor Finnegan for seconded it. I asked Councillor Hanson to have a look at this on my behalf. I seconded the original motion to support Councillor Potter to get it up for discussion. I think it's really important we have a talk about this and to give it due diligence of democratic process. Having said that, if it must go through, I think it must go through in an appropriate manner, which addresses, at least tries to address the main concerns of the residents around there, which is the Hart Street and the condition of that road and how it narrows considerably from that area from Airy Street, and how existing parking and use of that road, notwithstanding counting numbers and all that sort of stuff and the on-site parking they're going to provide, does create a bit of a bottleneck, and we need an answer to that. If they challenge this later on, or if they decide this is too expensive to do, that's fine, because there's no way that I would want this to go forward and then council to have to boot the bill to fix this road up because we've said yes to this without considering this problem.
Councillor Arnott, does anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? Councillor Hart, are you still with us? Councillor Hart's dropped out. Just pause for a minute, see if we can... Just got a technical problem with Councillor Hart. We call a short adjournment while we try and reconnect with Councillor Hart. Try and give it 5 minutes. Thank you. Stephen, can you hear me? Stream's back on.
He's running slow.
Hello, Stephen, are you with us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Because I can't see.
Yep, we
I
can
can't.
hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good.
I can hear you, but you don't seem to be able to hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you.
Stephen,
So
it
what are
might
we
help
up
if you
to?
turn
I
your
think I missed
video
a
off.
bit. Yes. Hello.
They need to be seen and heard.
I'm not allowed to.
Sorry, Stephen, so I've been informed.
So I'm not sure where we're up to, Mayor.
It's dodgy. Where we were up to, we were voting on Kate's amendment. So Kate had spoken to her amendment. Councillor Finnegan had seconded the amendment. Max had spoken to the amendment. No one's asked.
Mayor, can I just ask, sorry for jumping in, but can I just ask, I just question the appropriateness of me voting on it because I haven't heard the debate.
No, we stopped. When we lost your link, we adjourned. So we've been adjourned since we lost the contact.
Oh, you would have had time to have a cuppa.
Yes. So that's where we're up to. If any other councillor wishes to speak to the amendment that Kate has put up. No one else wishes to speak to the amendment? Okay, well, I'll put the amendment to the vote. Councillors, all those in favour of Kate's amendment? Councillor, I'll start the other side this time. Councillor Finnegan, Councillor Potter, Councillor White, Councillor Hanson, Councillor Arnott, Councillor Costin and Councillor Hart. 7-0. Thank you. Okay, we now go back to the substantive motion. Where were we up to with that? Councillor Potter had moved it, Councillor Arnott had reserved, and you had spoken, Councillor Finnegan. Kate, you then came in with the amendment. Does anyone else want to speak to this substantive motion? No, we all good online? Councillor Hart.
I will, Mayor, very briefly. I'm struggling to find reasons that we should vote for this now. It's got those changes. From what I can understand from the advice, it does, in fact, meet the planning requirements, and the conditions added by Councillor Costin and Councillor Hanson effectively have tightened that up. But I'm certainly will be listening carefully to the right of reply, and also hoping that Councillor Arnott will, I assume, be speaking soon as he reserved.
He reserved, yep. Thanks, Councillor Hart. Councillor Costin.
Microphone, Councillor Costin.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Finnegan. A governance question, if I may. Sorry to bring it up at this stage, but in the absence of an alternate motion to refuse the permit, how do we stand if this motion is lost?
Thank you. Governance, could you help us with that?
Through you, Mayor. The governance rules does actually contemplate a situation where a motion to grant fails, and provides that the chair in that instance can seek from councillors further motions. We do need to arrive at a decision in respect of statutory planning matters, so the decision would need to be to either issue with certain conditions or to refuse the permit, and provide provision of the grounds for which the refusal would be justified. So that would be the position that the chair would, if this fails, ask for further motions in order to get to a decision.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Potter.
Thanks, Mayor. If I can help Councillor Costin and yourself, perhaps, if I can flag this. If this motion fails, I'll move an alternative.
Alternate.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Hanson.
Yeah, we'll speak
To the
the motion.
substandard motion.
There is no doubt that there is a need for additional childcare, and I don't think anybody, would probably be able to argue against that. But I do think that during the submissions process, some very valid concerns have been raised by many residents in the area regarding the suitability of this site, and some of those main issues being the traffic movements in the area. Of particular concern is rudimentary sort of guttering, the spoon drains. There's quite a concern around that, and really, I guess, around the appropriateness of the site for a childcare centre. But it has been assessed against the planning scheme by the officers, and it has been assessed that with the right conditions, this is a suitable site for a childcare centre. And through some amendments that have been moved through Councillor Costin, through the amendment that I moved, it has been even tightened up again by councillors, I think, in recognition of those submissions. I guess now what I'm hearing around the table is that councillors are now faced with the prospect, well, you really need planning grounds for voting against this proposal. And at the moment, I haven't heard any planning grounds of why this application shouldn't be supported. Whether this facility is built to lease out or built to be sold really isn't a planning reason to knock it back. We're assessing this on its planning merits. And given that, and given the amendments that have been made by councillors, I'll be supporting this application.
Thanks, Councillor Hanson. Any other councillors? Councillor Arnott, you're reserved.
Thank you, Mayor White. And look, this application is something that does has merits. It does provide what the community needs. We do need childcare support within our community, and we do need to recognise that. So if not here, where are we going to put this? This is close to schools, it's close to public transport, it goes right past it, almost right past it. It's got close to main arterial roads, and it helps to create a precinct that you've got this sort of facility in. There may well be other sites around town that people can talk about, but that's not where the application's for. As Councillor Hanson's pointed out, the application's for here. And in a context position where we have to make decisions as councillors is this right decision, is this the right application, is it the right use of this site in a planning context? And in that context, I think that after listening to people and when we try to address the concerns, we have to take it in that context. So our discussions with the developer and the objectors have been how can we fix this, how can we make it work? And really the only way we can do that is to, if we're to accept it, is to put these sort of requirements over top of the development, to say you can do it, but you must do it by meeting these concerns. So they're meeting the sound mitigation requirements. They've actually extended that. There's going to be a fence all the way around. And I note the site from our inspection is actually somewhat sunken compared to the yards around it. So the fence will actually exceed the height that they're talking about, just by the nature of the way the site's constructed. So that'll be a significant improvement there. The amendments that's been put forward will address the concerns of lighting, although lighting today is far more sophisticated than it used to be. You can get the lighting that's well hooded, well designed. LED lighting doesn't spread like the old lighting used to, and that will probably, hopefully, not affect the neighbours. And I think the lighting plan as proposed by Councillor Costin will actually help to guarantee that that's the case. So on the basis of there's really no planning grounds that I can stop this or consider that this is an inappropriate application, because you've got to remember, if we say no and the applicant is determined, we will end up in VCAT, and that will be a cost to this organisation, and I would prefer that not to happen. So hopefully we can get this through in a meaningful way, and that this will be supported as such. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Right of reply, Councillor Potter. No right of reply. Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? Councillor Arnott, Councillor Hanson, Councillor White. All those against? Councillor Costin, Councillor Hart, Councillor Finnegan, Councillor Potter.
No, division, I voted in favour, Mayor.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see your hand. It was delayed. Okay, this is the trick of our... Okay, can I...
May I suggest you do the vote again and perhaps give
that's what I
the
plan to
delayed
do.
chance?
Sorry, it was delayed. Okay, all those in favour? Councillor Hart, Councillor Arnott, Councillor Hanson, Councillor White. All those against? Councillor Potter, Councillor Finnegan, Councillor Costin. The motion is carried 4-3. Thank you, councillors. Okay, we move on to item 9.2, project budget adjustments and cash reserves transfer for July 2024. The purpose of this report is to present the project budget adjustments and cash reserve transfers for council ratification and approval. Councillors, before I ask for a motion, do any councillors wish to ask a question of officers? No questions? Councillors, the officers have provided a recommendation with the report for our consideration. Does any councillor wish to move a motion in relation to the matter? Councillor Arnott. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Hart. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor White. We have actually become rather used to these reports, and it's really pleasing to see them continue to come through, and I know this is going to be a continual part of the transparency and openness, this partnership that we need to establish with the community so they know exactly what's happening, when it's happening and what it's going to cost. And then reports that confirm that afterwards and to continue to carry on the sound financial management of this organisation. So with that in mind, I put the motion.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. Councillor Arnott. Councillor Hart.
Yeah, very briefly, in case the internet drops out. I support the comments made by Councillor Arnott. I think this is a much more open and transparent process, and I appreciate the officers for making the point of disclosing these various changes.
Thank you, Councillor Hart. Any other councillor wish to speak? No other councillor wishes to speak. Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? Councillor Hart, Councillor Costin, Councillor Arnott, Councillor Hanson, Councillor White, Councillor Potter, Councillor Finnegan. The motion carried 7-0. We'll now move on to item 9.3, Nature Strip Planting Policy and Guidelines, Consideration of Submissions and Adoption. The purpose of this report is to present submissions to the draft Nature Strip Planting Policy and Guidelines and present the final version of these documents for Council's consideration. Before I call for a motion, councillors, does anyone wish to ask a question of officers? Councillor Costin. You're on mute, Councillor Costin.
Sorry about that, Mayor. I'm just flagging that I have an alternate motion when the time comes. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Costin. Any other questions? No other questions? Councillor Costin. You have an alternate?
Thank you. I have, if it could be put up on the screen. Thank you. So the alternate is basically the officer recommendation with the addition of a few words to point 4, and the words are subject to the replacement of the word permitted in the first paragraph of page 10 of the draft guidelines. This is in relation to edible plants. And to replace that word permitted with recommended.
Is it recommended or not recommended?
The word not is already in there in both cases.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. Do I have a seconder for Councillor Costin's alternate? Councillor Hart. Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor. In the past, the lack of a nature strip planting policy and guidelines led to considerable confusion and frustration in our community, and to occupy a considerable amount of officer time in the issue of permits for very little return to us or to the community. The need for a policy and guideline was raised many times during the consultation on Council's Environment Management Strategy for 2023 to 2033. So congratulations to the officers involved for preparing the draft policy and the guideline attached to our agenda today. As noted, these documents allow for more innovative urban greening to improve air quality, reduce urban temperatures, enhance biodiversity, and generally allow our ratepayers to make more productive use of this often wasted urban land resource. The draft went out for public comment between 24th of May and 5th of July, and Council heard submissions on the 14th of August earlier this month. The number of submissions that provided positive feedback was indeed heartening. As a result of those submissions, a number of sections were changed, one in relation to the change of ownership responsibilities, which has been simplified, some additional guidance provided on the use of drought-tolerant plants, and clarification provided in relation to street trees, which still require a permit. There were some submissions in relation to the prohibition on the planting of edible plants, however, but the draft guideline hasn't been changed and still includes the words that edible plants are not permitted. And noting that edible plants includes rosemary and sage, thyme, parsley, I guess, should be in there as well, and also includes many bush tucker or indigenous food plants such as pigface and bower spinach, which are in fact included in the guideline in the photos. Hence, my alternative motion is to soften Council's guideline in relation to edible plants. And I know it's only a guideline, it's not, a guideline shouldn't have the words not permitted in it, that should be in a policy or local law. And the reasons why a landholder might not want to plant edible plants still remains in, but it allows the landholder to decide for themselves. So apart from that minor change, I ask Council to support the adoption of the draft policy and guideline that have been prepared in response to our community requests. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Costin. Councillor Hart.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'd like to thank submitters and officers who have worked on this particular policy. We've come a long way from when you needed to pay, I think it was $105 for a permit. Then we've come to no permit fee, and now hopefully if these guidelines are adopted, there'll be many occasions when people can do plantings on the nature strip without any permit. I'm supporting the change that Councillor Costin has made. It seems quite absurd that you would seek to prevent people from planting some plants that could be considered as edible, whether that's rosemary and basil. There's a whole lot of plants that have multiple purposes, even nasturtiums, lovely flower, but it's also a nice leaf to eat in a salad sandwich. So I think we're really going too far with the restrictions that were in the guidelines, and Councillor Costin's amendment addresses that concern, and it is a concern that has been raised by many people in the community. And when you see some of the other things that Council undertakes with a risk management approach, it's really quite bizarre that we would seek to outlaw people growing some nasturtiums in their nature strip.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. Does any other councillor wish to speak? No other councillor wishes to speak. Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? Councillor Finnegan, Councillor Potter, Councillor White, Councillor Hanson, Councillor Arnott, Councillor Costin, Councillor Hart. The motion's carried for 7-0. Thank you. Adoption of the Colac Botanic Gardens Master Plan. The purpose of this report is to consider the verbal and written submissions received following the exhibition of the draft Colac Botanic Gardens Master Plan and seek endorsement of an amended plan which contains minor changes as a result of the submissions process. Councillors, before I ask for a motion, do any councillors wish to ask a question of officers? Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor White. Some of the feedback, and some of it critical feedback, if you like, into the original master plan, talked about concern about lack of event space and how it was potentially restricted. Can you speak to, please, how that may have been mitigated or answered?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. The event space received considerable conversation and comments as a part of the submissions process. Following the submissions, conversations were entered into, and the event space, in order to cater for those much-loved events, was made considerably bigger. And what I mean by that is that one of the proposed car parks in the original plan was actually removed. Infrastructure such as picnic tables and so forth has been moved, and that has actually catered for a much bigger event space. And we've also included into the plan things such as infrastructure, which was discussed around hard stands and underground infrastructure.
Thank you. Any other councillors have questions? Councillor Potter.
Thanks, Mayor. Councillors received a what we could term a late submission from Mrs Morgan, I think it was, raising a few concerns. Could you just, and requesting that we perhaps adjourn this for another date. I think we're going to take it, but I'm just wondering if you could outline how her concerns might be addressed and whether she'll get a reply herself.
Cam.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Thank you, Mrs Morgan, for the submission, or Ms Morgan. The submission actually covered a number of key areas, and the first one was the location of the regional playground on the foreshore. Consideration was given to that location as a component of the Lake Colac Foreshore Master Plan. Secondly, the conversation was entered into around the children's playground. There's no indication to actually move that, but change that to a Colac Otway's collection garden. And in addition to that, also there was conversations around the garden beds, which are consideration is given to the original Guildford plan, and these garden beds will be altered slightly to actually pay tribute to that.
Thank you. Any other councillors have questions? No other questions. Councillors, the officers have provided a recommendation with the report for our consideration. Does any councillor wish to move a motion in relation to the matter? Councillor Arnott, is it be seconded?
To be clear, I'm moving a motion to accept the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Have I got a seconder for that? Councillor Potter, thank you. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor White. Look, this has obviously been through a significant community process of consultation, and we received a lot of community feedback. Probably, I think, one of the largest feedback options components we've had has been over 2% of our community brought back something to this, which in context is way over the top compared to most other things that we seek feedback on. So it's not that 2% are going to override any wishes of the other 98% or anything like that. This plan has been out there for some time. It actually is consistent with previous plans that people have also had similar feedback to. So there's not a lot of extraordinary new in here, although those parts that did appear new have now been considered and answered. And such things as that event space, that got a lot of commentary, and the officers have taken time to consider that, make changes, amendments to the plan, and then gone back out to those people that expressed the most concern, i.e. the organisers of the Christmas at the Lake event, and they've given feedback to say, yeah, we think this works. This is actually a reasonable proposition. It's got all the infrastructure we need. It's got the water, it's got the power, as well as the access and the ground area that we think that we can work with to get an appropriate outcome for our community. And you need to understand that, yes, it can be an event space, but primarily it is a gardens. It is a place for humans to cohabitate in, and it's not necessarily a my music bowl or anything silly like that. It's designed to be a gardens and community space, nor is it, I'll put in, an animal refuge place, but that's another topic. But anyway, in that context, I would support this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Councillor Potter?
Thanks, Mayor. Yes, I'll be supporting this. I was happy to second it. Big report, big piece of work, large community input and contribution to it, which we're all grateful for. And some of the concerns have been addressed, as Councillor Arnott said, about in particular event space, and I'm pleased that that officers have spoken to Ms Hudgell and Mr Hay from Mix FM in addressing concerns around the holding of Christmas by the lake and so forth. Great piece of work, as I said. What was missing in a way for me was the issue around the grey-headed flying foxes and the damage that they do to our heritage trees that are much valued by the community. But except from the consultant, our expert, that that was not the scope of the plan, and nor was it her domain to enter into that. So I accept that. But pretty pleased to see it, Mayor, and I know the anchor's been raised again. I dare say down the track there'll be a spot for it somewhere, and I look forward over time as funding is found to see the development of this plan.
Thanks, Councillor Potter. Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Finnegan?
Thank you, Mayor. As other councillors have pointed out, council's received a lot of submissions and a lot of important community feedback in relation to this master plan. And even I, as an individual councillor, I've had many community members stop me in the street or come into my business in order to discuss the master plan. And there are two issues which are consistently raised with me. The first of them was concerns around the event space and, you know, addressing concerns that was it going to be big enough as per the plan. I'm glad to see that the car park has been removed, and also I'm glad to hear that officers have worked with the likes of Zoe Hudgell and with Nick Hay to discuss how underground infrastructure and the like for events would work. The other one that I heard a lot about was the one of the community to see the anchor for the Dorothy to be incorporated and displayed prominently. Now, it should be noted that a group of volunteers, including Cole Hedgedus, Madison Hedgedus, Mike Hedgedus, Josh Smith, Chris Smith and Jason Schramm, did a great thing for the community by recovering this piece of history. However, since the anchor was removed from the lake bed by dedicated volunteers more than 8 years ago, council sat idly by and wiggled its thumbs and tried to avoid even acknowledging that the anchor exists, let alone the will of the community to have it displayed. And I would hope that the fact that two of the volunteers involved in the anchor's recovery, including Chris Smith and Jason Schramm, who were former Colac Otway Shire councillors who haven't hesitated to be critical of council when we make mistakes, has not factored into council's reluctance to take any steps.
Point of order,
towards
Mayor. This
displaying
is
the
not a
actor.
place for advertising
on-
political allegiances.
Is that a point of order?
No. Continue, please.
I wouldn't say
Councillor
that was
Finnegan.
what I was doing. I was speaking to context around the motion, but I
Councillor
continue.
Finnegan, you're quickly running out of time.
Yeah, of course. It's on that note that I say that council should be footing the bill for displaying the anchor of the Dorothy, not volunteers or the community.
Thank you, Councillor Finnegan. Does any other Councillor Hanson?
Yeah, I will speak on this, the crown in the jewel of the Colac Otway Shire, and particularly our main centre, Colac, the botanical gardens and the lake foreshore is a most spectacular and beautiful place that the community feel really strongly about. And this master plan has gone a long way in, I guess, setting up the vision for the future of the gardens and the lake foreshore, hence the reason why we got so many submissions and people feel so passionately about it, and that's why you put things out for public submission, because while something might work for someone, and we certainly found that when we had submissions, there were people in the gallery that, you know, had different points of view. And what I enjoyed about the submissions is that we had so many people here. People had different points of view, but they could appreciate each other's point of view, because there was one thing that they all had in common, and that was a love of the space. There's people who feel really passionately and strongly about maintaining the vision and the integrity of the Guilfoyle Garden and what it's meant, you know, to this community for 200 odd years. There's the people who feel passionately about the foreshore, the CFA who feel passionate about their training track. which I think will be there for a very long time. But even people felt passionately about that because you can incorporate that into events down by the lake. So in the last few years, we're lucky enough to have had a fabulous event down there. The first one really was to raise an enormous amount of money for fire victims. And then the last couple of years, we've had Colac by the lake, which has been just spectacular. And we have been blessed with weather on all the occasions that the event has been held. And it's just, a wonderful community space. And I think that's why people feel so passionately about it. But everybody can appreciate each other's views. So I look forward to, over the years, things being implemented from the plan. Some are big ticket items that will take a very long time. There's others that we can chip away at through smaller grant applications or even through the council budget. So things like widening the footpaths, changes to some garden beds, and then hopefully through federal or state grants we can get funding for a renewed play space. So I really look forward to watching the implementation over the next decade or more. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hanson. If I was speaking, I'd echo everything you said. Thank you. Any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Hart.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. The gardens are obviously a very important part of Colac. I think that rather than repeat everything that's been said, I will thank the public for making their submissions. I'm not sure if you can still hear me or it just gets connected. Can you hear me, Mayor?
We can hear you. Yep.
Okay, sorry about that. So I think part of the confusion or part of the difficulties that has arisen from this is that you have the Colac Botanic Gardens Master Plan and the Lake Colac Foreshore Master Plan. Obviously there's some overlap in there, and I think that the way this plan has been adjusted to try to recognise that the two exist, and ultimately it would be desirable if the two plans at some future time that they're reviewed are reviewed together. But I really do, Mayor, have to take some serious concern that Councillor Finnegan made an accusation as to council officers' response because of the individuals involved. I put it to you that that's a breach of 14.2 of the governance laws in that was an objection or in language or nature. It was a most serious accusation made against the council officers, and yet apart from Councillor Arnott's attempt, no one has made any attempt to draw Councillor Finnegan to order. It's really disrespectful. It could almost border on being considered defamatory that the accusation to the officers that they've responded to a particular suggestion because of two individuals involved. I'm just stunned that you didn't call Councillor Finnegan to order, and the Colac Otway Shire public and council really need to. You wonder why we've got a monitor, because this sort of behaviour is just not called out, and we have high staff turnover because officers are insulted in that way and no one holds anyone accountable.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. Does anyone else wish to speak?
Well, point of order, are you going to call Councillor Finnegan to order or not?
Point of order.
You look at 14.2, he's made an objection or comment in language or nature. He's made accusations against council officers that they responded to a suggestion in a particular way because of the individuals involved. You should order him to apologise and withdraw the remark.
Does that need a seconder? I'm happy to do that.
It fits with the governance rules. Number, I haven't got it in front of me.
Sorry.
14.2.
14.2.
Through you, Mayor, you'll need to consider Councillor Hart's point of order and make a ruling as to whether you are upholding that or disallowing it, and then give direction to the councillor if there are any implications that follow from your ruling.
Thank you. I'll uphold Councillor Hart's point of order and ask Councillor Finnegan to apologise. And withdraw the comments.
Yeah, while I disagree with the ruling, I will abide by it and I will withdraw and apologise. It certainly wasn't the intention.
Thank you, Councillor Finnegan. We'll move on. Does anyone else wish to speak? We'll now move on. No one else? Oh, you want to wish to speak? You wish to speak? Right of reply. Thank you, Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor White. Look, it was actually really pleasing again to hear Councillor Hanson go to the positive when talking about the submissions we've received. I agree that we've had such passion behind this. It just goes to show the users how their passion is with this area, the diversity of its use, the importance of it to our community. And this plan is actually just building on the shoulders of the people that come before us. We're very fortunate that we had forebears in this community that had foresight to put this land aside, who engaged with the very best available at the time with the Guilfoyle to get a plan to make this, to put it together, and then for councils over time to commit to that plan, to plant plantings in there. Because if you go down there and you look at the trees, you look at the gardens, they're only there because somebody planted it there 100 years ago. It's not because of what we've done. But this is the start of, in 100 years' time, someone will go down the foreshore and say, oh, I'm glad somebody stopped to think about what was happening, to think about the future of it, to think about putting a plan in for the future. It doesn't have to be perfect in every way right now, but it does give a framework for us to go forward with and to leave a legacy for the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? Councillor Hart, Councillor Costin, Councillor Arnott, Councillor Hanson, Councillor White, Councillor Potter, Councillor Finnegan. Carried 7-0. Thank you, councillors. Move on to 9.5, we're withdrawing.
Chair, would I be able to just speak to item 9.5, grey-headed flying fox management plan update? So this is a report that's been presented in our agenda this evening, but in the last few days, as I've considered some of the questions that we've had in response to the report, as CEO, I'm withdrawing this from the agenda tonight. I will represent it to council at the next opportunity, and that will enable officers to just close out some of the loose ends that I think have rightly been raised in the last 48 hours. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. And I think that might be a good time just to have a very quick adjournment. We're nearly 2 hours in and we've been going 2 hours before that. So we'll have an adjournment till 6 o'clock. Thanks, councillors.
Thanks, Mayor.
Yeah, catch our breath. For our fellow councillors, 6 o'clock. Have a stretch, Councillor Finnegan. Oh, no. Councillor Hart, Councillor Costin, are you with us? Just checking. Checking in. Councillor Hart, can you hear me?
I'm here.
Thank you. We're waiting on Councillor Potter. Councillor Potter. Oh, really? So he's only got a battery. Is he working on battery, is he? Councillor Potter, are you ready to join us? Thank you. We'll resume. So, councillors, we're now up to item 9.6, Lake Colac water quality events. The purpose of this report is to consider options for the use of Lake Colac for recreational and water-based events. Councillors, before I ask for a motion, do any councillors wish to ask a question of officers? Councillor Potter.
Not a question, Mayor, but I just want to flag I have an alternative motion I'd like to move.
Thank you.
When you're ready.
Any questions? Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor White. In the event that council has no control or no attempt at risk control in this sort of circumstances, what happens to our liability insurance and risk exposure?
Yeah, could I ask you to repeat that question again?
I guess in the circumstances, we weren't looking at doing this because we're talking about putting some controls around the use of the lake. Okay, so if we were not to do this, what sort of exposure do we believe that the community would have if we were negligent in this area and didn't go forward with some form of control around this sort of process?
Yeah, through you, Mayor,
Thanks.
might start with this one. I think like any events, we've got a process in place. We actually permit events. So if we were to permit an event, there would need to be risk management controls in place by the event organiser. I guess one of the challenges for any event is understanding that there are known risks, and if we were to then permit an event with known risks that aren't mitigated, I think that would be a real challenge for council and its coverage.
Any other questions? Oh, thanks, Kate. Graham? Councillor Costin?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm wondering if officers followed the Paris Olympics and looked to the swimming events in the River Seine to see if there were any lessons that could be applied here, and if so, or not necessarily if so, but how did the Paris Olympic Committee, the City of Paris even, manage to mitigate the risks?
Through you, Mayor, I can't speak for all the elements of what was implemented to mitigate risks there. However, I do know that they had challenges with being able to manage and mitigate the inflows into the river, which, you know, was challenging for them to manage, and I believe they were deliberating constantly as to whether the events would proceed. So that was a key challenge that I was aware of as a result of the Olympics and the river.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Hance?
Yep. We had a question from the gallery regarding water testing and testing close to the edge of the lake, and I think the answer sort of said something like it could be expensive to take, the samples from, I guess, further out. Have we investigated that though, and have we even asked for community volunteers who might have crafts that can, might have boats that actually could, take that cost away from us, and we could do testing in different parts of the lake?
Through you, Mayor, I think despite challenges maybe of taking tests in the centre of the lake, the costs are really attributed to the actual laboratory testing, which is conducted. So I suppose the more tests you conduct, the greater the cost.
Sorry,
question?
and
Councillor Hanson.
just to clarify, no, we haven't asked the community for assistance in terms of getting out on the water, to answer your question.
So then I think that the answer then to the person who asked the question in the gallery was that it sounded like the answer said that testing further into the lake was going to be expensive.
Yeah, sorry, just to clarify my answer, Mayor. So that was on the basis of doing more water testing. So not, because I think I tried to explain that it would be beneficial to do tests from different locations in the lake to get a much better or clearer understanding of the water levels and how they might fluctuate across the lake. So that's where the additional costs would come in.
Thank you. Councillor Finnegan, then Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm just not sure if I heard an answer to this in the previous answer, if it's gone in one ear and out the other, which with me is always a possibility. Do we know sort of roughly what we're paying per test at the moment we're doing at the different sites?
Through you, Mayor, no, I don't know off the top of my head. It's done by our environmental health team and I don't have that information on hand, sorry.
Right. So we don't have a sort of a figure on what the total testing per month or year costs or anything like that?
Through you, Mayor, no, I'd be guessing.
Yeah,
I can take that on
That's okay.
notice.
Take it on notice. Take it on notice. Thank you. Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor. If we undertook a test 24 hours or 48 hours before a proposed event and the test was acceptable for primary contact events such as swimming or water skiing, and in the time between the test result and the event itself, there was no rainfall, there was no inflows, and there were sunny days, could we reasonably expect that the water quality would remain the same as the test result up until the event?
Through you, Mayor, we have had, as sort of outlined in the report, quite variable test results between two sites on the one day. So ultimately, the findings between one day to another and even potentially hour to hour are unknown. So to answer the question, it would be a no, I think, to your question, if I heard that correctly.
Thank you. Any other
Thank you.
questions? Any other questions? No other questions. Councillor Potter, you have an alternate.
I do, thank you, Mayor, and I do have a question for officers in relation to some wording that I've included at the end of my alternative. If I could have some advice, please, in relation to point 8 regarding council having a decision referred to it, given that we have delegated officers the ability and the right to issue or refuse permits. Is there... Can we act on point 8?
So through the chair, whilst council may delegate certain powers and functions, responsibilities, etc. to officers, that doesn't take away the right for council to still exercise those powers itself through resolution, and can do that through various ways. You can put conditions and limitations on the delegations formally, or you can do it through resolution, such as through a motion, or you can have a call in practice. So council still can, despite having delegated some things, pull it back into the chamber if council believes that these decisions are better made here.
Thank you.
Any questions of Councillor Potter or his alternate?
Sorry, Mayor, could we go back to the start?
Go back to the
And
start.
I'll just... yeah, sure, hang on. Sorry, go back to the bottom again. Sorry.
Can we just be more explicit that that point 8 isn't, because it could stand alone as a point, that council, any decision, do you want every public event or just these ones? Can we be clear about the types of events and where they are? Otherwise, you are taking away. We can no longer need a event team.
Yep,
Yeah.
very, very good point.
It's a primary contact event.
Yeah, perhaps it could just be exclusive to primary contact events. Primary on Lake Colac, yeah. Is that the right term, primary contact?
That's the term used in the report.
Sorry, Councillor Potter, just for clarification. So what you're asking for is that any application for an event, a primary contact event on Lake Colac, must come to council for a decision? It's just not 100% clear, that's all.
Yes, that's probably how it reads. Councillor Costin, have you got a view on that?
Councillor Costin.
I think it's intended only for primary contact events such as swimming, water skiing or similar, not in relation to secondary contact events. So there was only one application I was aware of in the last year, so it's not an onerous task on council.
I'm just wondering whether I should just read any primary contact events that have been refused.
We're talking about applications.
Yeah.
No, this is in the same vein as the way houses on small acreages are referred to council.
Yeah, righto, yep.
Okay. So that's the alternate. Councillor Potter,
Can I go back to the start, please?
go back to the start.
So can I just ask though, as that's worded, I would interpret that as the CEO to say that any decisions are to come to the chamber. So we would make a decision as officers and bring it here for your information, or do you want us to bring the matter here for council to determine? I'm not clear of what your intention is, councillor.
I think that would be better.
If I could just jump in.
Sorry,
the intent is for the decision to be made by council. So if officers look at it and they're proposed to recommend refusal, they don't refuse, they actually bring the decision to council.
So, again,
In
I'm
exactly
unclear which councillor is moving this and whether you're talking for all applications to come here for council to determine whether they should be permitted or refused.
Yep.
Or whether you just are going to allow council officers to do the welcome ones of permitting and bringing back the, and taking away the power to refuse, which is what you do with houses in the farming zone. I think if what you want is to have the decisions made here, bring applications here.
Yep.
Thank
So bring applications.
We'll just do it like that.
Okay. So that's the alternate. You're moving?
Now can we scroll back up to the top so I can have a read, please? Yeah, thank you. That's the motion I'd like to move, please.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor, I've got 3 hands up. I think the first I saw was Councillor Costin's. Councillor Costin? You were seconding? Thank you.
Yes.
Councillor Potter?
Thanks, Mayor. Thank everyone for the indulgence today while we try and sort my wording out. Look, rightly or wrongly, and really it's wrongly, there is a perception among some in the community that council doesn't support the holding of events on Lake Colac. Well, council does.
Point of order, Mayor.
Councillor Hart?
Are you going to allow questions or not? It's not even clear what the points of differences are. So are you going to allow questions on the motion, please?
I did ask for questions. You might not have heard it.
Oh,
Yeah,
I've
and
been jumping up and down for quite a while.
I can't see a hand or a small yellow hand either. Sorry, but I did ask for questions. I didn't realise that you were.
So my question, Mayor, is can we have a clear explanation from the CEO of every point of difference from this compared to the office? I mean, by the time I sit down and do that, the event will probably have done the vote. So point by point, what are the differences in every point, please?
Yeah, well, I need both sitting in front of me. I can explain some of the differences.
I don't think I have.
Yep. No, I made that point, Councillor Hart. I wasn't stopping you from answering questions. It's the technology isn't supporting us very well at the moment, so I apologise for that. We've now got the question. Councillor Potter, I think, is going to explain the difference between his motion and the officer's recommendation.
I'm looking for the recommendation for Chris.
That's my understanding. You want to know the points of difference.
Excuse me, Mayor, whilst Councillor
Well,
Potter's getting
I
ready.
mean, either that or can you adjourn? Do I have to move an adjournment and I'll sit down with the two next to each other and go down word by word? I mean, Councillor Potter shouldn't have to use his right of speaking to discuss the points of difference. So either can we get a clear explanation which points, there's extra points, or I'm not doing it yet, but I'll move an adjournment so that we can each have a look at it.
Okay, we're just.
You know, we're meant to be voting on things that we know what we're voting on. And at the moment, without an adjournment, I don't know what the points of differences are.
Sorry, Stephen. Councillor, you probably can't see. Councillor Potter is getting to that for you. Shouldn't be long.
Can we get the points of difference?
Well,
Sorry, Mayor, and for Councillor Hart.
Councillor Potter.
The CEO and I have worked out a way of doing this. I'll read out the motion that I'd like to move, and the CEO will, as I slowly go through it, point out the differences to the officer's recommendation, if that's suitable for everyone.
If we do that, we have an audio recording of the motion very clearly for everyone.
Okay, so clear.
Yeah, happy with that, Councillor Hart?
Councillor Hart, can you hear clearly enough to satisfy your need? Thank you. I've got a thumbs up there.
Thank you.
Councillor Potter.
Point one of my motion reads, supports the holding of events on and around Lake Colac subject to appropriate conditions and permits.
And that's different.
Point two, notes that increased water testing results at Lake Colac indicates that the water quality fluctuates dramatically.
That's point one of the recommendation.
Point three, notes there has been identified pollutant episodes / stormwater additions contributing to the water quality of Lake Colac.
That's point three of two of the recommendation.
Point four, notes the advice provided from MAV Insurance Council indicating that Council has a duty of care in the issuing of permits for an event, including events using Lake Colac.
Third point of the recommendation.
Point five, notes the advice provided from JLT Risk Solutions Proprietary Limited that recommends Council require the event organiser to undertake a documented risk assessment demonstrating that the controls accord with the relevant standards / guidance.
That's point four of the recommendation.
Point six, determines that event in public place applications proposing use of Lake Colac for both primary and secondary contact events be considered for approval under the existing permit system, subject but not limited to the following requirements. A, submission of appropriate event plans inclusive of a suitable risk management plan that addresses water quality risks associated with conducting the event. B, and this is a big change, provision of results to Council of tests of E. coli and enter COCI levels and conducting a sanitary inspection prior to an event and take into account the recommended levels relevant to primary and secondary contact events. In brackets, test results must not exceed the E. coli and enterococci relevant primary or secondary contact events, determined in accordance with the Environmental Protection Authority, EPA of Victoria, Environment Reference Standards, ERS, advice received from EPA and consideration of their NHMRC guidelines for managing risks in recreational water. That's different. Point C, acknowledgement that should a significant pollution event occur that is likely to affect the event, i.e. wastewater spill, blue-green algae or similar health-related impact, the event will be cancelled. D, assessment against Council's event policy. E, provision of insurance cover protecting event participants and indemnifying Council for any incident relating to the event. Point 7, determines Council...
Sorry, just on that one. So
Yeah.
for councillors online, all of Councillor Potter's point 5 and the 5 sub-points there, they're all different to the recommendation with the exception of an assessment against council events policy. But substantively, that is the difference between the recommendation and the motion in front of council. I hope that's clear, Councillor Hart and Costin. Where's the acknowledgement?
Sorry, what was the question?
I'm just pointing out that this point with sub-points is where the substantive variation is from the recommendation. What Councillor Potter has just read out, point 6, A to E, that is where the major difference is to the recommendation, as I see it. Yep.
In particular,
Okay.
point B in particular.
Yeah.
Yep. Number 7, determines Council will provide a summary of the latest water quality test results to event holders as close as possible to the date of the event. And 8, determines any application for a primary contact event on Lake Colac will come to Council for a determination/decision.
I think the business support's offering you different wording for point 8 for you to decide which is clear, more aligned to your intent.
Yeah, I think what I read out
In the yellow?
lines, yeah, in yellow.
Yeah.
Thanks for that wording. Appreciate it.
What's in yellow?
So it's
Thank you.
probably- yeah.
Councillor
For-
Costin?
For a decision, I think.
Yeah, as seconder, I understood number 8 would be more along the lines of a decision would only come to council if officers recommending to refuse. So exactly the same as we do for houses on small acreages. So if
Graham,
officers
you
propose
want
to refuse,
You want to rethink your seconding of the motion because that's what Councillor Potter's moving. Do you want to still second
Chris,
that
you
motion?
still open to change on that?
I just thought it might be cleaner if we saw yes and no's, Graham. But sorry.
Okay. Given the small number of applications, it probably doesn't matter one way or the other.
Yeah. Righto.
Okay, so
Thank
you'll
you.
second Graham.
Yep. I'll
Thank you.
continue the second. Thank you.
Okay, so we've got Councillor Potter's moving the motion that we've just been through. Councillor Costin is seconding. We've been through the differences, Councillor Hart, to understand the differences between the officer's recommendation and Councillor Potter's motion. Councillor Potter, do you want to speak to the motion?
Yeah, if Councillor Hart's ready for me to kick off, I will.
You're right,
Yeah,
Councillor
definitely.
Hart?
Thank you for taking the time to explain the resolution. Thank you.
Thank
No
you.
worries.
The differences.
Yeah. So, yeah, thank you, Mayor. one of the issues with holding events on the lake, and I'm referring in the main to primary contact events, which include swimming activities, water skiing, where person's exposure to the water is a lot longer than and more likely than opposed to our yachting fraternity who regularly sail the lake, but they're only exposed to the water if they fall in or the boat capsizes. So that's a principal consideration in holding events on Lake Colac, because it's around the liability and risk to council. Many events in the Shire held by organisations and community groups are required to have their own insurance cover to protect themselves against things that might go wrong during the event, be it an injury, damage or whatever. And this motion, similar to what the officer's motion proposed as well, includes the fact that any event of a primary contact nature to be held on Lake Colac must be insured. It must be assured against that liability that contact with the water may lead to injury, ill health and so forth. I argue that insurance helps reduce the risk to council's insurers of their exposure to particular lawsuits in those occurrences. Doesn't remove it altogether, but I think this motion makes it clear to organisers the risks of water levels exceeding standards set by the EPA and so forth in relation to E. coli and other organisms. It makes it clear that they have to consider their event and the risk to their participants in events to that exposure. But it does provide that organisers with the ability to hold an event if those risks are mitigated, accepted and liability is accepted. And the lake is just looking spectacular and has done for a couple of years now. And of a weekend, even over winter time, there's people water skiing on the lake. In the warmer weather, there's kids playing in the water. It is crying out for more use, and we need to try and facilitate events on the lake that will add to the social and economic benefit to the Shire, and I think this motion does that. Thanks, Mayor. I'm exhausted.
Councillor Potter, it's been an exhausting run. Councillor Costin?
I'll reserve, thanks, Mayor.
You'll reserve. Other councillors wish to speak? Councillor Finnegan.
Yeah, I'd like to speak in support of Councillor Potter's motion here. I think it makes a lot of sense. I do think that you know, there are a lot of people out there who love our lake, and there's been a lot of good work done over the years to rehabilitate it, and it is in a position now where it can be used. I believe in that. You know, we as a council should be encouraging people to use our lake for events, and that obviously within the required safety parameters. I think Councillor Potter's motion strikes the right balance here, and I think that giving councillors the power to make the call on primary contact events is a sensible one. You know, events such as swims or water skiing can bring many spectators and like and many tourist dollars to town, and yeah, I fully support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Finnegan. Any other councillors wish to speak? Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor White. The lake is probably one of our most important assets we have. The view as you come over the highway or heading in towards Colac West, or on the east side heading west towards Colac that you see from the highway or from the Ballarat Road, I know for a fact that view as they've come in has been a decision why people have then decided to stay in Colac and live here, to become part of Colac. So, and I think that the suggestion that we should just leave it there and that we just don't want anything to do with it is nonsense. Some suggest we just should keep out of this whole process and let anything happen there as it was. But I would say to those people, are you prepared to put up the guarantee that if something goes wrong and council is found liable, that you will pay for this on behalf of the community? And I would suggest not. So we have a duty of care here, which goes a couple of ways. We have to protect the community against something going wrong. We have to protect the community that if we are found in fault, or if something happens, somebody gets sick for whatever reason, sometimes it's just outside of our control, that's what our insurance is for. But if it's deemed to have been inside our control, I can tell you we'll be in trouble, regardless of what we try to do otherwise. So we need to have some controls around this, and that's what this is about, reasonableness. So we have a duty of care also to make sure that our best asset, our largest, most valuable asset, gets at least gets this best use out of it. It just doesn't become an expensive water feature, that we actually get good use from it. So I'd like to see that the community would understand that this is a juggling of priorities here, and a juggling of making sure we get the best outcome from this asset and protecting the community. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Any other councillor? Councillor Hanson.
I'll be supporting this motion. I agree with all the comments that have been made by councillors. We do have a duty of care to our community around usage of this beautiful natural asset. But that said, the lake is, even some of the comments around this table, while being, trying to be positive, it can actually sound quite negative. But the actual reality is that the lake is being used. People are having primary contact with it. They're water skiing on it. They're sailing on it. Kids are swimming in the lake. And to my knowledge, and I have asked the question, how many people do we know that have become sick by the water usage of the Lake Colac, and so far, I haven't heard of anybody, and that is, I guess, the current reality. But that said, it will be, this motion, I think, is really highlighting that councillors are supportive of events in the lake if they can work, if all permit requirements are met. I think I wish the new council good luck. I hope they do have a number of applications made, and then I guess they will be able to work through with officers, be able to work through the risks of those events. There have been swimming events held on the lake. I don't know whether they gained a permit or not, but I know a couple of our former mayors participated in a swim on the lake, and to my knowledge, neither of them became crook. I think they had a lot of fun with that event. I participated in the event, I think, 1 year, but it was a paddling event at that point in time. And I guess I did have some primary contact with the water because there was certainly an enormous amount of water in the boat that I was paddling. And thankfully, there was certainly no adverse impacts apart from some sore shoulders. So I very much do support events down on the foreshore, in the gardens, and if all permit requirements can be ticked in the lake itself.
Thanks, Councillor Hanson. Councillor Hart, did you wish to speak? Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. I think that we have multiple responsibilities with this matter. We have responsibilities to people who might use the lake if a permit's granted, and assuming that there's certain levels of safety in terms of swimming in the lake. We also have responsibilities to people who don't use it but pay the rate bills if there's any legal actions, pay the bills if there's any legal actions against council and a cost. And I do have some concern that as I understood the advice about the insurance, the primary contact being excluded was a result that it's unlikely to be covered if there's an issue by council's insurance, so if someone's injured during swimming. I do have to make a point about this, oh, well, I'm not aware of anyone being sick. It's sort of like the old safety belt argument. I didn't wear my safety belt and I didn't have an accident, so therefore we shouldn't wear safety belts. It's the same sort of argument. And I think we have to balance our responsibilities to different people who might swim in the lake thinking it's okay, people who might have to foot the bill if it's not okay. And the insurance issue is one I have a serious concern about. The other one I find quite puzzling about the last point in this motion is that if council decides to refuse a permit for secondary contact, which is the lesser risk, then that's made by an officer. Yet if there's a recommendation to exclude primary contact, which is a greater risk, then council laws can overturn that. I just find it quite puzzling why councillors would only want to overturn, potentially, a recommendation for the one that carries the greater risk. It seems a lack of logic in the resolution to me, and I, perhaps at the right of reply, will get an explanation whether I've misunderstood it.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. Councillor Costin, you reserved.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to thank officers for the report. It's an interesting read, but what I found was that it lacked any any supporting science. And unfortunately, I know a little bit about the science. I've got a master's degree in environmental science. I taught environmental science at Deakin University. And it seems to me, if we follow the science, we can mitigate the risk in terms of how our insurance companies look at it. So if we take reasonable actions based on the science, our insurance companies would accept that we've taken all reasonable steps to mitigate the risk. The water quality in the lake is not some random fluctuating parameter as officers have tried to paint. The water quality depends on a number of things, inflows into the lake, antecedent rainfall, sunlight, temperature and wind. Rainfall washes more pollutants in. Sunlight disinfects the water. Low temperatures limit the growth of bacteria and viruses. And wind dilutes any pollution, aerates the polluted water, or on the other hand, it may stir up sediment and cause a problem. Knowing this about the water quality, we can issue conditional permits for primary water contact events, safe in the knowledge that water quality testing 24 or 48 hours beforehand and weather observations over the intervening period up to the event will tell us whether the water quality is going to be adversely impacted by a weather event. So if the water quality is okay 48 hours beforehand, we don't have heavy rainfall, we don't have strong winds, and particularly if we have sunlight, a couple of sunny days, we know the water quality is going to be pretty much the same as it was when the test was there. That's the science that I'm sure our insurance companies would like to see us applied to this. This is how the City of Paris approached the River Seine water quality issues. It couldn't test 5 minutes before the event. It tested before, and then it looked at how the weather would have impacted in the meantime. We know also that the water quality from our test results, we know that it's acceptable roughly 60% of the time anyway. So it's only the 40% of the time we're worried about. So 60% of the time we shouldn't have a concern. And there's no reason why we can't issue a conditional permit at any time. Conditions based on do testing 2 days beforehand or 1 day beforehand and look at the weather impacts over the intervening period. It's as simple as that, straightforward. I'm not sure what the problem is. So let's get on the front foot here and actively encourage primary contact events that bring elite athletes to Colac, elite athletes, and have the potential to make a substantial contribution.
You've just hit over the 3-minute mark, sorry.
Just about finished. Make a substantial contribution to our economy. If Paris can host swimming events through the middle of the city, then surely we can find a way to issue a conditional permit for primary contact events in Lake Colac. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, a reply, Councillor Potter.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, I think this is a conservative motion, but one that does encourage people to look at holding events of a primary contact nature on Lake Colac. And I thank for all the words councillors have said and the officers. I think this motion clearly sets out to organisers what the risks are and what risks they need to take into account. And we're doing our job by explaining to them what they need to consider. The end point, I've made a differentiation between primary and secondary merely on the basis of risk and workload. I think we're more likely to be receiving event applications for secondary contact events, whereas a primary contact event with a higher level of potential risk, I think it would be sensible for councils and officers to work together in relation to deciding that rather than bog councillors down as well with officers in deciding the secondary events. So I made a differentiation just purely on the basis of officer and councillor workload.
Thanks, Councillor Potter. Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? Councillor Costin, Councillor Finnegan, Councillor Potter, Councillor White, Councillor Hanson, Councillor Arnott against. Councillor Hart. The motion's carried 6-1. We now move on to item 9.7, Meredith Park Management Options. The purpose of this report is to update Council on Meredith Park management options and confirm the next steps regarding the future of Meredith Park. Officers, before I ask for a motion, do any councillors wish to ask a question of officers? Councillor Finnegan.
Sorry, thank you. Just flagging that I will have a motion ready when the time comes, but I'll just ask, again, I know I asked earlier, but how does the report that's in front of us comply with the notice of motion that was passed as item 10.11 at the September 16 meeting in 2020?
Through you, Mayor. I do believe I answered that with the question from Mr. Schramm earlier. But I can go into further detail if you like. I guess it doesn't implement the full resolution, but we're on our way to doing that. And we have, like the CEO did mention earlier, we'd provided a report to a councillor briefing with a series of options as per the resolution. We'd certainly engaged in consultation with the key agencies. But I guess one of the issues that came through as we worked through the options was determining what council wanted for Meredith Park. Did it want to continue as a camping ground? Do we assume that, or do we ask the community whether it should continue as a camping ground or as public open space? So I guess as we were implementing the resolution, that's got us to this point.
Thanks, Mr. Sheeran. One follow-up question.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So I was just wanting to clarify that I did hear this correctly in the CEO's response earlier, and now you're touched on it. So you're saying that rather than bring a report to a council meeting no later than May 2021, basically it was brought to a briefing and a decision was made at the briefing to hold it over. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor. No, I didn't say that. So councillors at the time wanted further information, further clarification around a range of options. So officers went and started work on that. There's a number of circumstances that delayed the work, and it would have been great to bring it to a formal council meeting earlier, but certainly no decisions were made. It was about further clarification on a range of options.
Thanks, Mr. Sheeran. Anyone else has questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Graham. Councillor Costin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. We're proposing two options here. In terms of when we go to consult the community on those two options, what information are we going to provide for the community to make an informed input into this process? Will we, for example, be providing the cost difference between the two options over time? The camping option, I think, obviously it's going to cost a bit more, but will we be providing the cost difference information to the community during the consultation phase?
Thanks, Councillor Costin. Mr Sheeran.
Through you, Mayor. Yeah, so we would anticipate providing some pros and cons of each of the options, and I would think that, you know, the financial cost to council would be a part of the discussion for each of the options.
Thank you.
Thank you. And a follow-up, if I could. And will we be also providing our opinion of the economic benefit of each option so that we can compare the two options in terms of what they do for Colac and the region? I know we haven't quantified economic benefit of camping at the moment, but anecdotally it seems that there's not much economic benefit to camping, continuation of camping, because the visitors don't spend much in Colac. Is that correct? Do we know anything about economic benefit of the two options?
Mr Sheeran.
Through you, Mayor. No, we haven't done an economic analysis of the two options. What we could do, though, is provide some overarching information around the benefits of free camping grounds. There are some studies that have been done, but it won't be specific to Colac. And Meredith Park, as we know, is a distance from the town. So we could provide some information on the benefits or disbenefits of free camping.
Thank you.
And that's during the consultation phase, is it?
That's
Yes.
information that will be provided during the community engagement consultation phase. Other councillors have questions?
Thank you.
Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor White. Just that to post out there that my proposal is to move the officer's recommendation in the absence of any other.
Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Councillor Hanson, you had a question?
Yeah, I did. I guess, how pressing is this item? What would be the implications if this item, for example, wasn't dealt with tonight or was held over until the new council was established?
Through you, Mayor, all that would mean is that we would continue to operate Meredith Park as a free camping ground. I don't believe it's necessarily a pressing item, but I guess what we're recommending as officers is to support that there's two options that we would like to consult in 2025 with the community on.
Thanks, Mr Sheeran. Other questions? Councillor Finnegan. Councillor Arnott, did you have a question? Did you? No? Councillor Hart, I just want to check in with you because the little hand wasn't working before. Councillor Hart, you've got a question?
No, you're checking in. Thank you for checking in, but I'm just watching with great interest.
Thank you. Okay, no other questions? Okay, councillors, the officers have provided a recommendation with the report for our consideration. Does any councillor wish to move a motion? Councillor Arnott?
Sorry, I will defer to Councillor Finnegan.
Oh, you did flag it earlier.
First.
Sorry, Councillor Finnegan.
He did flag first.
You did flag first, sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Arnott, I appreciate it. My motion, as indicated earlier, was that Council defer this item until February 2025 and allow all parts of the 2020 Council resolution to be addressed by officers.
Thank you, Councillor Finnegan. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Hanson.
CEO, you have concerns?
CEO, do you have a comment?
Thank you. Through the chair, can I just ask Mr Surin if, going back with a mind to the details of that 2020 resolution, including consultation and that we can't do consultation between now and basically the start of December, do we think that February gives time to get through all of that? Because February sounds a long way away, but it's a difficult period for us to be very active, that's all.
My reading of the motion said ask for a report to come back. It said initially ask for a report to come back, and then after that point we go out for public consultation. That's my reading of the notice of motion from 2020.
That's what your motion
I just wanted to check
intent.
that it's a feasible one to implement.
I think certainly point 1 of the resolution, resolution of council, we couldn't obviously do, I don't think we could do point 3 of the resolution, which is the 6-week consultation. So we wouldn't be able to do all parts of that resolution.
So we could carry out, so what you're saying is we could effectively carry out points 1, 2, 4 and 5 of that motion.
Through the chair. I guess also the other option, Councillor Finnegan, would be, given that council may have a view that there's no urgency about this matter, then perhaps you'd like to give it until May or something.
Well, I'm happy to give it to May. So
that'll change your motion?
Yep, so to May 2025, yep.
Till May. So the council defers. You'll confirm that's your motion on the board?
I'll confirm that my motion is that council defer this item until May 2025 to allow all parts of the 2020 council resolution to be addressed by officers, and the resolution I'm referring to is item 10.11 of the 16th of September 2020 meeting. There's a notice of motion titled Meredith Park, Illawarra.
Thank you. Councillor Hanson, that's the motion you intend to second. Councillor Finnegan.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I see this more as a matter of process than anything else. The reality is that this is an item that has dragged out for a long time. The original resolution that council made was passed, as mentioned, at the 16th September 2020 meeting, which I believe would have been the last meeting of the previous term of council. I may be wrong in that exact timeline. However, the reality is that what that notice of motion required was that officers come back with a report to a future council meeting no later than May 2021 with options and opportunities to improve the camping area at Meredith Park with a view to implementing new guidelines, enforceable regulations, better management and campground improvements within the reserve, and consider future management options. That's key because, to my eyes, that hasn't been done as yet. And the reality is that, council hasn't complied with the notice of motion that was passed. It hasn't complied with a resolution that we have on the books. And when a motion's on the books and is active, it shouldn't be ignored. Another example of this would be the bridge strategy, which has been requested by councillors and requested in the chamber and was passed as a resolution, and it's still not come back to council. And I believe that's going to be something that's going to be brought up in an issue in relation to a later agenda item tonight. It's a matter of process that when we have an active resolution on the books, that there isn't nothing to supersede that resolution, we should abide by the terms of that resolution. That hasn't happened at this point, and thus I believe the officer recommendation for this item was jumping the gun, and that's why I'm seeking to defer it until May 2025 so we can get that work done. You can come back to the new council, and the new council can make the decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Finnegan. Councillor Hanson, your reserve. Any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Arnott and Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mayor White. I just think this is an extraordinary attempt at just trying to delay a process. It just adds bureaucratic overlay. I don't know what for. This motion is simply to take it out to community for discussion. It's not asking us to make any decisions on that. on this, and this report, this much spoken of report, can be tabled then at the same time. In fact, it'll be able to be tabled more complete with community feedback. I just find it extraordinary that we had a series of questions about why isn't this back to us sooner? Why have we got this delay? And now we want to put another delay in front of it. We've had submissions here before, well, let's cut council costs and sack out staff. But now we want to make sure that the staff bring stuff in on time and bring it in earlier. Oh, let's put this on top of them in February, just when they're trying to get the new council. Oh, and maybe we'll put it out to March. I think this is so ill-considered that it's just not serious. I think that every councillor has the opportunity at briefings to feed back into material that the officers bring to us. In this circumstance, they have worked in good faith with that feedback. I haven't been available here at all of them. I started a bit later when this is feedback, but in that time I have seen articles come through here, and as a result of hearing feedback from all councillors, officers go away in good faith and then come back to us later, as they have done now. So I think they're calling upon us to give them a direction, give them authority to go out to the community and say, what's your views on this? How can we put this together in a meaningful way so that we can give the councillors a really good briefing to allow them to make a decision on the future of this park?
Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I endorse some of the words from Councillor Arnott. The point's been made that this is well and truly overdue, but now we want to kick it down the road even further. I'm happy to set up the new council with this community consultation engagement in relation to this matter. I don't think I missed a briefing, but I just want to assure everyone there was no decision at any briefing I was at in relation to this. There was consideration of material, of course, but I don't recall any decision made in relation to this. And now that it's here, it's overdue, but it's here. I think we should deal with it, and I support what was put in front of us by the officers, so I'm unable to support this motion.
Thanks, Councillor Potter. Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Hart.
I will support this motion. I think we're being asked to make a decision, and we haven't got all facts before us at the moment. The decision is virtually a non-decision. We won't make a decision between two options, so we'll go out and ask the community to help us make the decision. And we're asking the community to help us make a decision without giving them all the information. We should have a better understanding of the costs of the two options. We should have a better understanding of the economic benefit of each of the options. And we should make a decision on which option is our preferred option when we go to the community, rather than just put it out to the community and let them make the decision for us on the basis of how they feel about something without having any hard evidence about it. If we defer this, it will allow time for officers to gather that information and undertake a more meaningful consultation process. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Costin. Councillor Hart.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm quite puzzled by this resolution. The officer recommendation, which I will be supporting if there's an opportunity to do that, would simply get us ahead of the game, or the next council ahead of the game, in the sense that the matter would be put out for comment as early in 2025, and would set up the new council that they would be in a position to make a decision on the matter somewhat earlier than if we just wait around until May 2025, or the council waits around until May 2025. I think it's quite puzzling that on the one hand we're told, oh, this has been taken too long, but we're going to inject a new delay. I mean, it's not a matter of us rushing ahead and making a decision today on it, other than that it would go out for comment early in the new year. And it seems a sensible approach. I'm not sure what's trying to be achieved here by injecting a new delay, and certainly I attended briefings on this matter and no decisions were made. Other questions were asked about the matter, and council officers have come back with that information. So I can't support this particular resolution.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. Councillor Hanson, you reserved.
Yeah, I did. And I want to thank Councillor Finnegan for moving this motion. And it's a perfectly reasonable motion, and I'm sort of quite amazed that such terms as ill-considered, not serious, extraordinary attempt to delay process and add bureaucratic process. I'm quite amazed at that sort of language, because Councillor Finnegan has every right to bring this motion. We just have a difference of opinion around the table, and I don't think really we need to use those words to sort of, I guess, have a bit of a go at each other. Yeah, I'm quite amazed by that. But while I'm supporting this motion is because this is happening at the death knock of this council, and it won't be this council that makes a decision. And while, you know, I'm not going to go over words about whether the motion has been implemented in full or not, what I actually think is that we could end up in a situation where we actually delay this even further when a new council comes in, needs to be brought up to speed with where we're at. Will they be fully au fait with what we went out to the community with? They're not making that decision. This isn't pressing. It's not pressing at all. And it just feels like it's being rushed through at the death knock of the council when really it should have been dealt with years ago. It was a motion back from 2020. And I think the new council can settle in time. They can have a look at what needs to go out to the community, pick up all those things that Councillor Costin spoke about, which I think are really perfectly reasonable. And I think actually you'll end up saving resources, saving officer time, and it'll be a better way to run this process. I'm not having a crack at councillors about, or, you know, officers about why it's delayed. We're pressed for resources. I understand that. I understand why some reports haven't been done, whether it's a bridge report or, you know, probably why this has taken so long, but I don't think we need to do it at the death knock of this council. And once again, I just ask for respect around this table. We don't need words like ill-considered, not serious. This is serious. I'm taking Councillor Finnegan's motion seriously. It's a very good motion and I will be supporting it. Thank you for bringing it.
Thanks, Councillor Hanson. Right, a reply, Councillor Finnegan.
Other than to say I appreciate the input of all councillors who've spoken for and against my motion. I do believe that it is a sensible motion, and I do believe it is sensible that when, as I've said, when there is a resolution on the books, that is a resolution we abide by until something supersedes it. In addition to that, I think Councillor Hanson and Councillor Costin's comments are quite valid, that, you know, pushing this out to the next council and allowing them to pick up the ball and run with it and be considered is a sensible option. So that's what I'm going to say on this, and I recommend the motion.
Thanks, Councillor Finnegan. I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? Councillor Finnegan, Councillor Hanson, Councillor Costin. All those against? Councillor Potter, Councillor Hart, Councillor Arnott, Councillor White. The motion is lost, 4-3. Councillor Arnott, you had a motion?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor White. And I would like to move a motion consistent with the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Hart. Thank you. Councillor Arnott.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor White. Look, I'll start the opening here by saying back to Councillor Finnegan and to Councillor Hanson, if I've said something that was inappropriate last time, I apologise in the heat of the moment. No insult intended. It just, it's the way it is. I apologise. Okay, move on. I think that this is an appropriate process to go to. The officers have been back to us a number of times with this in the time that I've been here on council, and this gives them a way forward to speak with the community. And they're talking about doing this early 2025, and they'll come back with some information, some greater information than what they've got now in respect to community thoughts about this, what the feedback is. And I would hope that the process that Councillor Finnegan is talking about, and I think that there is validity in that context to make sure that we answer the result or the need for a briefing there, but there's nothing in this suggests that's not going to occur. So it's in that context that I would like to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Arnott. Councillor Hart? As seconder?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. This will allow the council to put this out for comment and for the public to comment earlier than a further delay. You had nothing to apologise for, Councillor Arnott. I'm really stunned at the tactics that are being used at this meeting today, but I support Councillor Arnott in this particular resolution. It's a sensible way forward.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. Any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Potter?
Thanks, Mayor. Look, I'll be supporting this. Officers have taken the time to put this in front of us, and I think we should deal with it. This will allow the new council, instead of bouncing the ball in the middle of the ground, the ball will be on the half-forward flank or centre-half forward for them, and they can pick it up and kick the goal.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Finnegan?
Thank you, Mayor.
Yep, Councillor Costa next.
Sorry, Councillor Costin, were you wanting to move an amendment or something, or was it?
No, it'll be fine. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Councillor Finnegan, then we'll go to Councillor Costin.
Sorry, yeah,
Thank
my
you.
apologies. Sorry, if anyone's watching online thinking I'm having a heart attack, I'm not. I've just got a shoulder that's in very poor condition.
Good to know.
I appreciate what everyone's had to say on the debate on this item. Certainly I want to put Councillor Hart's mind at ease, certainly not using tactics or anything in relation to this item. I just believe that the proper process in this would be to abide by the motion that was, the resolution that was on the books. I don't believe the officer recommendation does this, but I do respect that other councillors have a different view to me, and that's perfectly fine. And I said I will be voting against this officer recommendation, but there's nothing wrong with that, and certainly I'm not playing games or anything of that ilk, but you know, if others want to accuse others of doing that, that's fine.
Councillor Finnegan. Councillor Costin has disappeared. Councillor Costin, you wish to speak?
Mayor, why aren't I showing up here? Because I'm sitting in the dark at the moment with no power.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, that's the best I can do. I reluctantly support this motion, and the only reason that I will support it is because I heard from Mr. Surin that there will be some information provided out in the consultation phase, and that information will include the costs of the two options and the estimated economic benefit of the two options, or something along those lines, so that the community will be able to make an informed decision rather than an emotive decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Costin. Councillor Hanson?
Yeah, I will watch this probably from afar with real interest, because I won't be supporting, and I think we should have deferred it to the new council, and it's certainly no tactic, nothing in it for me to gain. I actually just think that I will watch with interest, because I actually think we'll probably create more work for officers. I think that this should have been held over to the new council, and well, I guess there's no big deal in moving forward, but I think you should take some of the comments of Councillor Costin seriously, because I think he's on the right track with the type of information we should be taking to the community. But I really think this should have been held over to the new council, and I think we might find that this actually ends up taking more time.
Thanks, Councillor Hanson. We've got a shadow, Councillor Costin. Have to lean in.
It's me with a glow stick.
Oh, he's got a glow stick. Thank you. I think every councillor has spoken. Right of reply. Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Right of reply.
Thank you, Mayor White. Look, I actually think enough's been said on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? Councillor Arnott, Councillor White, Councillor Hart, Councillor Potter.
Yes.
Councillor Costin?
Yes.
You're in favour. Can you put your hand up? Yep, can see that. That's good. So Councillor Costin, Councillor Hart, Councillor Arnott, Councillor White, Councillor Potter. Those against? Councillor Hanson, Councillor Finnegan. The motion is carried 2-5. Thank you. And do we want a very quick adjournment? You're in a bit of discomfort.
Yeah, so I can just run my shoulder into a wall or something like that. I'd appreciate that.
All right, 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As in freezing cold. Oh, the poor thing. It must be terrible to go and put his wetsuit on. You councillors.
Councillor Costin, the friendly ghost, are you there?
Yeah. Councillor Costin, you with us? Oh, we can see you got power.
No, I've got a backup battery which cut out when I turned the heater on.
That's cruel. That's cruel. All right, so we'll move on now to, we're up to item 9.8, purchase of part of the surplus land to the Lake Colac School Road for reserve, Colac School Road Reserve to implement the Colac West Development Plan. The purpose of this report is to seek council endorsement for the purchase of part of the surplus land at Lake Colac School site for a road reserve in accordance with the process endorsed by council in 2023. Before I ask for a motion, do any councillors wish to ask a question? Councillor Hart.
Thanks, Mayor. I believe this may have been delayed in the partly from questions I was asking. So I'd just like some clarity. If this road goes ahead, will there still be room to the east of the road and the west of the Lake Colac School, potentially for residential blocks of land? Approximately how wide is it between this proposed road and the boundary of the west boundary of the Lake Colac School?
Thanks, Councillor Hart. Mr McNeil.
Through you, Mayor. Thanks for the question. The land that's currently surplus, or as you say, to the west of the new school, is about 60 metres in width, and it's not clear yet whether the government would intend to develop and maintain that site, or whether it might be declared surplus and sold at a later time. But it certainly is of a width that it could be developed for residential development in the future.
Thanks, Mr McNeil. Any other questions? No other questions? Councillors, the officers have provided a recommendation with the report for our consideration. Does any councillor wish to move a motion in relation to this? Councillor Hart.
Yeah, I'm happy to move the officer recommendation, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. I have a seconder. Councillor Arnott. Councillor Hart.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. This is there's really lots of bits and pieces to this particular resolution. I think it's well known that there's residential subdivision proposed to go ahead, which will be to the west of the Lake Colac School. What this resolution will do is create an arrangement whereby basically some of the land that is surplus from the Lake Colac, near the Lake Colac School, will be used to allow the road to go through for this development. The concern I had, which has now been resolved, is that there will still be potential for residential land between the new road and to the east, heading to the west boundary of the school. That is something that was discussed when the Lake Colac School site was put there. I realise that that's a separate process, but importantly, by having this road go through, will not prevent that option from occurring. And so for that reason, I'm happy to support this resolution and think it's real progress on the development options, which is part of Colac 2050 for that side of Colac for more residential development.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. Councillor Arnott, as seconder.
Thank you, Mayor White. Look, it's great to be able to second this motion. This is actually council working in conjunction with the developer to cut through bureaucratic red tape. We could have not been involved with this process. The developer could have dealt directly with the department, bought the land off them, developed the road, yada, 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 and then but in the process of that had to go through then transferring the land to council for us to use it as a road reserve. So it would have been a very cumbersome, long-winded process. In this process here, council actually facilitates the purchase of it at no cost to council. We're working with the developer to achieve that. They pay for that, and we just facilitate good word, the paperwork around that to help them come to this. And Councillor Hart, thank you. I mean, he's made some, Councillor Hart's made some very astute observations around this and asked relevant questions, which has brought it to tonight to give us reassurance that this process, or we haven't made an inadvertent decision that closes off options for the future use of this land that's immediately adjacent to the east of this. So thank you for that, Councillor Hart. But aside from that, the process is just to make the whole new housing development happen in an appropriate way, and I think that's really exciting for this town. That's going to be a really, really exciting development, and it's the first part that leads into the Deans Creek precinct. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Does any other councillor wish to speak? No other councillor wishes to speak. Councillors, we have a recommendation before us. I will now call for a vote. All those in favour? Councillor Costin, we can see you. Councillor Hart, Councillor Arnott, Councillor Hanson, Councillor White, Councillor Potter and Councillor Finnegan. Thank you. It's carried 7-0. Moving on to item 9.9 is the request to provide public notice of intention to declare a road to be a public highway, extension of Stanway Drive, Wye River. The purpose of this report is to seek a resolution from Council to commence the statutory procedures under section 204(1) of the Local Government Act 1989 in respect of the proposed declaration of the constructed road between Stanway Drive and Iluka Avenue, Wye River, as the subject land as a public highway and road to be open to public traffic. Before I call for a motion, councillors, does anyone wish to ask a question? Councillor Finnegan.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I note that I've received an email on this matter at 4:04 p.m, so just after the meeting started, and note it was addressed to officers at the organisation. I was wondering if we have any comment on that letter and perhaps its relevance to this matter.
Councillors, I doubt that officers would be reviewing their emails once this meeting has started at 4 p.m. So we'll take that on notice.
Take it on notice. Thank you. Councillor Hart, you had a question?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And I think that perhaps I've got the same email that Councillor Finnegan's received. The email basically raises some concerns about the issue. I think that's a fair summary. If this resolution is adopted today, will there be an opportunity for Council to contact this person and invite or treat their comments as a submission? And will they have an opportunity, therefore, to speak to it if necessary? And when would Council anticipate making the final decision on this matter? I would imagine that it would be the new Council, that this couldn't be or shouldn't be finalised before caretaker. Is that a fair understanding?
Mr. O'Dowd?
Through you, Mayor. The report recommends that if approved here tonight, this would go out for 6 weeks of public consultation and come back through via a submissions hearing. So the person in question could submit through there or be included in that process.
Thank you. That resolves that one, I think. Any other questions? No other questions. Councillors, the officers have provided a recommendation with a report for our consideration. Does any councillor wish to move a motion in relation to the matter? Councillor Hart, to be seconded. Councillor Potter. Councillor Hart.
You might want to hear what I'm moving first.
Yep, you're moving. That's a good.
I'm moving an alternative resolution that's largely based.
Okay.
Largely based on the officer recommendation, but instead. Oh, okay. Can we see the officer recommendation, please? Changes point 5 notes that the email received today, which we could work out who it's from, but the one that Councillor Finnegan and I referred to will be considered as a submission as part of this process. So that's instead, the email received today on this matter will be considered as part of the submission process. And what I'm trying to rule out, Mayor, and I'm happy for guidance as always, is that in my view, we have already received a submission, and I don't want this person to fall through the cracks. And I think we have to accept that the organisation has received a submission, even if it's in advance of the formal exhibition.
Okay, so that's the motion.
So the bit, in the event that if submissions are received, a further report. Oh yeah, that's.
It covers it.
I think that needs to be changed too. It just needs to say a further report will be presented to council to consider any issues raised in submissions.
Yeah.
Because as far as I'm concerned, we've already received a submission.
Yep. Thanks, Councillor Hart. Councillor Potter, you were seconding that?
Yeah, I'll second that.
You'll second that motion. Thanks, Councillor Hart. You wish to speak to the motion?
Sorry, I have to keep making sure I'm unmute. Yes, Mayor, and thanks, Councillor Potter, for the seconding. There's a lot of complexities to this issue. After the bushfire in Wye River area in 2015, essentially there was a road put through that connects Separation Creek with Wye River without having to go along the Great Ocean Road. This is the road we're talking about. There's some issues on where the road is and whether or not it's on private land or can continue as a road. This motion is to have a process to declare that area, that road that's been constructed as a public road. But the reason I did the changes, I think we need to be quite clear that Councillor Finnegan and I, possibly other councillors, have already received a submission on this matter. It is a bit ahead of the game, but I really think it's important that that's considered as a submission, the first submission on the matter, and that in a future date there'll have to be a report considering those issues and any issues that may arise from any other submissions.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. Councillor Potter?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Happy to second this motion. This really is to tidy up a situation occurring down the coast in relation to a constructed road that is being used by members of the public. Council operating within a common law provision of use. It's much better to have some legislation and some rules around that rather than just rely on common law, and this tidies that up. And look forward to hearing from members of the public if they wish.
Okay. So, Councillor Hart, we've got a bit of advice at point 5 is vague. If you just want to tidy that up to be specific around the email that we received.
Yeah, well, if you give me, if I can juggle two computers,
Can I just make a
and
comment?
I'll
Excuse me.
give you something to refers to the email if I can have your indulgence.
Excuse me, Councillor Hart, just before you do that, just be mindful that if you're referring to the author of that email, please don't refer to them by name in this open forum. But we don't know. None of the executive got that email.
Do you want me to do an interpretive dance? Or?
No, I'm just asking you to be mindful. Actually, yeah, do the dance. Do the dance. Thank you, Councillor Hart. So just, specifically an email relating to this matter addressed to councillors at what time?
I know what you're asking. Can you just give me a moment to go through my emails,
Would
please?
you perhaps...
Unless Councillor Finnegan's able to find it easier.
I've got it in front of me.
Perhaps the time?
Yep, so the time was received, at least from my end, was 4:04 p.m. Councillors, the EA Executive Office email received it, and as far as I can tell, 2 officers within the organisation that aren't part of EMT, I might add, received this, and there were 2 people CC'd on the email. So, without... 4:04 p.m. 4:04. It says untruths. So, yes. Sorry, the subject line was untruths.
Now we have some specificity. Thanks.
Okay, that makes it clear it's a specific email. Councillor Potter, are you still clear about seconding that?
Affirmative, thanks.
Thank you.
Even though I missed out on the interpretive dance, but
Okay.
It should also, sorry to be nitpicky, it should be noted that the in untruths, it's a lowercase u at the start. So,
We'll know, I'm sure. Okay. Where are we at? So, Councillor Hart, you've spoken to the motion. Councillor Potter, you've spoken to the motion. Any other councillors wish to speak? No other councillors wish to speak? Thanks, councillors. I'll now call for a vote. All those councillors in favour? Councillor Costin, are you with us? Yes. Councillor Costin, Councillor Hart, Councillor Arnott, Councillor Hanson, Councillor White, Councillor Potter, Councillor Finnegan. The motion's carried 7-0. We're now moving on to item 9.10. McMinn's Bridge access issues. The purpose of this report is to inform councillors about the constraints to access to the property at 2115 Gellibrand River Road, Lower Gellibrand, following the removal of McMinn's Bridge over Gellibrand River. Councillors, before I ask for a motion, do any councillors... Oh, Councillor Hart.
Sorry.
You're on mute, sorry.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor. I have jumped in, but when you're ready, I have an alternative to deal with this matter. Alternative resolution.
An alternative resolution, thank you. Okay, any questions before we get to the alternate? Any questions of officers? No. Councillor Hart, do you have your alternate?
I'm hoping the magic computer has the alternate by now. May I suggest we all have a short time to just go through it? I believe it's been shared with council, as I hope it has.
So, through the chair, Councillor Hart, all councillors have a hard copy of this a number of hours ago, but I'm mindful that the gallery doesn't know the motion that is under or proposed to be under consideration, and it would still be good to have it read out for the record. It helps us to be able to check.
Do that, but just before I start, can you scroll down? Is there anything after number 8?
Yes, number 9.
Anything after number 9? No. Okay. What about if we start at number 1? Is that okay by you,
A
Mayor?
good place to start. Thanks, Councillor Hart.
Okay.
Number
So the
1.
motion I'm moving is that Council 1 acknowledges that the McMinn's Bridge provided access to the property at 2115 Gellibrand River Road, Gellibrand Lower since at least the 1970s and until the bridge was removed in 2022 due to its condition. 2, notes that Council requested a bridge renewal policy be formulated at its meeting on 23rd of February 2022 and that Council is currently operating without such a policy. 3, reiterates the need for a bridge renewal policy. 4, notes that Council has been actively working since at least 2019 to facilitate an easement access from a neighbouring property to the property at 2115 Gellibrand River Road, Gellibrand Lower, that was previously accessed by McMinn's Bridge. 5, determines that the easement is Council's preferred option for resolving access to I think there's an at that doesn't mean to be there. Access to 2115 Gellibrand River Road, Gellibrand Lower. So there's an erroneous at in point 5. 6, determines that Council will refund or waive, whichever is applicable, any statutory fee or charge payable to Council by the owners of either 2115 or 2145 Gellibrand River Road associated with the creation of an easement through 2145 Gellibrand River Road. 7, acknowledges its responsibility to treat community members in a fair manner and assist with processes to resolve this access issue. 8, authorises the CEO to negotiate a mutually satisfactory outcome, including a financial contribution to the total costs of establishing the easement and physical access at a limit determined by Level 5 which is in a confidential report, as outlined in the confidential attachment, contingent on the benefiting landholder, i.e. the landholder of the property at 2115 Jellybrand River Road, Jellybrand Lower, contributing an equivalent amount. 9, determines that in the event the landowner at the property of 2115 Jellybrand River Road, Jellybrand Lower, does not agree to the contribution outlined in point 8 within 6 months, the Chief Executive Officer should write to the landholder and advise that Council will leave support outlined in point 6 and 7 of this resolution on the table for a period of 2 years. And can we roll down just to be completely sure there's nothing else? No, that's it, Mayor, just a short 9 points.
Thank you. So that's the motion that you're moving. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Finnegan. I've got a seconder, thank you. Councillor Hart.
Can I ask for some clarity, please? on the
Yes,
motion?
you've got a question
Sorry, Councillor Hart.
in relation to them.
In relation to point 8, you've got in there, there's 2 things there, that there's going to be a limit determined by the level as in whatever, the confidential attachment, and that will be a monetary limit, I imagine, but that a contingent upon benefiting the landowner contributes an equivalent amount. The difficulty I have with that motion in that wording is that maybe it should be at least an equivalent amount, because our contribution in dollar terms may not equal half of the cost, and you can't 2/3 build the access.
Excellent point, and I'm prepared to change that to, so I think Councillor Arnott said, to contributing at least an equivalent amount.
Yeah,
excellent point. So I guess we have to see if Councillor Finnegan's
Still
as a
prepared to
seconder is
second that,
happy.
Councillor Finnegan?
I'm still happy to second it, but I also note that the errant at that Councillor Hart mentioned in point 5 is still in the motion that's on the screen.
We need to get rid of the
so
at.
if we would, Councillor Hart be okay with getting rid of the at?
Get rid of the at.
Moving that, and then I'll second that.
Thank you.
Yes, it makes the motion more concise, Councillor Finnegan. What an excellent idea.
Thank you. Okay, so we've got Councillor Hart moving the motion. We've got Councillor Finnegan seconding the motion. Councillor Hart, you wish to speak to them. Any other questions of the new motion? No other questions? Councillor Hart, speak to the motion.
Thanks, Mayor. There's a lot of complexity to this particular issue. This landholder has accessed their property from McMinn's Bridge since sometime in the 1970s, and possibly previous landholders before they acquired the property have done that too. Due to changes in municipal boundaries, there's been a lot of different organisations involved with this issue. At this stage, Colac Shire is on the other side of the river and is where the bridge came from. So they had some involvement. They had involvement ultimately in removing the bridge that was on their asset register. Colac, the ratepayer, is in Colac Otway Shire. It's been paying rates on the property at least for the last 45 or so years. The bit about the bridge renewal policy I think is pretty self-explanatory. Council has been working since 2019 trying to facilitate alternative access through the neighbouring property, which has been able to be used but is not a formal access. The official legal access, and I suspect Councillor Finnegan might talk about this later, is a track to a gate and a road reserve, and the road reserve doesn't exist. So while there's a official access on paper through a road reserve, essentially that's through bush, and that area doesn't exist. I think that there has been some work done and that the easement probably is the better options. I think the council has a responsibility to try to treat this landholder fairly. I think the time is long gone for council to be objecting about the access that was being used, and I know that Parks or someone has apparently said it wasn't a legal track, because the track was used for more than 45 years and no one raised any concerns about it until the bridge required some required maintenance or replacement. The bridge doesn't exist at the moment. So I think what this motion is trying to do is that council has an ethical responsibility to try to help facilitate access to this property due to the long history with so many different authorities involved over a period of 45 plus years. There is a limit that's in the confidential report. You don't want to be going into negotiations about an easement and flag exactly what amount of money you might be talking about. So that's confidential. But this motion, if it's passed, gives the CEO and her officers authority to try to pursue the easement. But as Councillor Arnott rightly pointed out, and thank you for that correction of the words, there is a limit as to how much council will contribute, and possibly if the easement costs more than double council's contribution, the landholder will have to make a significant contribution too. I just think this is trying to balance all the complexity of this, all the different parties involved, and trying to come up a fair and balanced solution, and hopefully this can achieve that. Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. Councillor Finnegan?
Thank you, Mayor. I do think that in many respects, Council did end up dropping the ball on this matter, but I do rise to second Councillor Hart's motion because I firmly believe sometimes all we can do as councillors is to take a bad situation and make it just that little bit less bad. Reality is Council unfortunately failed to pass on some correspondence to the affected property owner regarding the decision of Colac Shire to remove the McMinns access bridge, and I do think the council needs to once again publicly apologise for this. But in relation to this, on Sunday I actually travelled down to Jellybrand Lower to assess the condition of what was going on down McMinns access, where the bridge was, and actually timed my trip from the Chapel Vale Hall at the intersection of Cobden Labours Hill Road and Jellybrand River Road to the McMinns Bridge, and that trip was bang on 10 minutes. I also noted that the footings for the bridge and everything is still in place. I've taken photos of that. I then timed my trip from the same hall in Chapel Vale to the access gate at the end of Coe's Access. I note it's Coe's Access, not Coe Road, as is mentioned in the officer's report, which took 23 minutes and 50 seconds. Now, when we account for how long it would take to open the gate, get across the southern property, and to access the property at 2115 Jellybrand River Road, it looks like that we've essentially, this decision has now added 20 minutes travel time each way for the property owner at 2115 Jellybrand River Road to access their property. It's a really unfortunate situation that we're in. I think that Councillor Hart's motion does try to strike the right balance in the, following on from what's happened. And I sincerely hope that the property owners are able to come to an agreement and work with council and sort out an easement. But, the ball is in their court, and I just find that I'm sorry that the situation's happened. I can only say that for myself, but it's not good as someone who's from that southwestern corner of the Otways. I understand how critical access bridges and the like are, and up dirt roads that may only serve a few properties, but they are access that a lot of people depend on. I know that council actually contributed to the King's Track bridge being redone in Chapel Vale, and that actually only serves one property. It's a brand new bridge there, but I digress. We're in this situation we're in. Hopefully the bridge renewal policy comes through, and I support Councillor Hart's motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Finnegan. Any other councillors wish to speak? Councillor Costin, then Councillor Arnott. Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank officers for the report. But I must say it's exposes a number of shortcomings in our processes and our approach to try and resolve this situation. Bridge was deemed unsafe in 2018, it was removed in 2020 by the Shire of Corangamite, removed without consultation with the landholder. They were not notified. And 6 years after, here we are still trying to find a resolution for this ratepayer. The ratepayer has paid his rates since 77. We're also here without a policy that we requested be prepared back in February 2022. It was a 7-0 vote that we adopt a policy. It just hasn't been done. We've been through 2 budget cycles since then. We should have provided the resources to prepare that policy. And in the report itself, there's been a lot of councillor time put into this one. Not only has Councillor Finnegan driven down and had a look, and thanks very much for his insights, but it's taken a lot of effort from councillors to understand what has been proposed. And we've been taken down a few rabbit holes, I feel, such as the property has access from the east. Well, it doesn't have access from the east. The access from the east is not feasible because of terrain and vegetation. There would be no way it would get a planning permit to provide access on that side. So we appeared to be going down a course in right back 2019, I think, to start talking about an easement, a carriageway easement through the neighbouring property. And we were assisting that ratepayer to do that at that time. But now we seem to have changed our mind, and we've gone and spent money, and we've got all this pseudo-legal advice that we don't have any responsibility here, and we should just wash our hands of it and leave this to the landholders to sort out. That was the officer recommendation. And thank you to Councillor Hart and Councillor Finnegan for this alternative motion, which reinstates a level of empathy for that long-term ratepayer. And I think that's where we're going. We're lacking empathy in this case with the officer recommendation. So I'm pleased to support this motion, which shows everyone that council will work for its ratepayers to try and resolve a situation that you might say we partly created. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Costin. Any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor White. Look, there's a lot of things been said, and I think I agree with what Councillor Costin said. It's important to have empathy for this particular ratepayer and access to property. I get all that, and I'm going to support the motion based on those sort of premises. But I also have empathy for all ratepayers, the ratepayers who are going to contribute to the cost of this. And I could not see myself asking them to contribute for replacement of bridge, because that just would have been, oh, that bridge too far. So that I couldn't agree on. But this is potentially an option to go forward with. So I thank Councillor Hart for bringing this motion forward to achieve that outcome. Now, the bridge was closed well before it was removed. It was starting to fall apart well before all of this. And there may not have been some form of technical knowledge to the client, but to suggest that the owner of the property had no knowledge that the bridge was falling down and likely to disappear, I think is a nonsense. The bridge was originally put in place by we don't know who. We actually don't know. There's no records back to there. I've asked the question, no records. It was likely, when you look at the structure, fairly rudimentary, probably built by a property owner who put it there in the first place, somewhere along the line handed over to the councils, and with the council amalgamations, they've sort of looked at a bridge and said, oh, geez, we better chuck this on our asset register. They did. Between Crangamite and us, we've inherited it, but it's really not a bridge that we would otherwise build or deal with just to access one property. All of that is an acknowledgement of where we've got to, but we still need to make that reasonable consideration, the balance between having empathy for all of our ratepayers, not just paying hundreds of thousands of dollars for one-offs, but providing this owner with at least reasonable access to the property.
Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Any other councillor wish to speak? No other councillor wishes to speak. Right or reply? Councillor Hart? No right or reply there. Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? Councillor Costin, Councillor Hart, Councillor Arnott, Councillor Hanson, Councillor White, Councillor Potter, Councillor Finnegan. The motion is moved. Is carried 7-0. Move on to 9-11. Got to get through these couple. Is proposed funding application for new and upgraded dog parks. The purpose of this report is to seek Council's endorsement to apply for funding to the Victorian Government's new and upgraded Dog Parks Round 2 program for the design and development of a dog park at Central Reserve, Colac. Councillors, before I ask for a motion, does anyone have questions of officers? No questions of officers. Councillors, the officers have provided a recommendation with the report for our consideration. Does any councillor wish to move a motion in relation to this matter? Councillor Arnott, have a second to Councillor Finnegan.
Moving motion consistent with the officer's recommendation,
Move
please.
the officer's recommendation. You're prepared to second that. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor White. Look, this is something a number of people, residents, have actually approached me about to say, where's that dog park? And I still get asked about it occasionally with functions and events. Why can't we have a place where we can safely walk our dogs? And I've had to, myself and my wife have babysat our 2 kelpies that our daughter owns at times, and it's been frustrating not being able to take them where they can, somewhere where they can run free, even though we do live on acreage, which is assisted with that. But I can understand that people live on small blocks that don't have something. But this is really a no-brainer. It's interesting that a dog park is going to cost circa of 350 grand, but the reality is it has to be fenced and looked after, and the government's looking to make I guess, a statement to say we're going to support dog owners, we're going to give something meaningful, a place that's just more than an empty paddock for them to use, and this is a way of achieving that. So if we can grab some of this money and make this a meaningful dog park for our residents, then so be it.
Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Councillor Finnegan.
Just before I go on, I note the meeting's been going on for 4 hours. Do we need a motion to continue the meeting?
We'll get through this item and then we'll
Okay, I
address
just
that.
thought I'd ask before
Thank you.
we got to that 4-hour mark. Yes, I actually rise to support the officer recommendation here. I'm glad that Councillor Arnott has chosen to move this item. Reality is that dog park's something that our community's been screaming out for a while. It's something I tried to sneak a bit of funding into the budget for, but in hindsight it was obviously not enough and it didn't get up. Despite that, this is an opportunity for us to take advantage of using our own money and leveraging funding from the Victorian Government to get a good dog park in Colac for everyone to use, more than just a fenced off area at Central Reserve, as some people, even myself included, perhaps thought might have sufficed in the interim. So hopefully we can get this funding over the line. Hopefully we get the grant money and things go well for us. So I commend this motion.
Thanks, Councillor Finnegan. Any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Potter.
Thanks, Mayor. I know we're in a hurry, so I'll just say I support this, but I'm concerned with the overall cost. I hope we're not putting in spa baths, and I hope we execute it sensibly.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Any other councillor wish to speak? Councillors, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Finnegan, Councillor Potter, Councillor White, Councillor Hanson, Councillor Arnott, Councillor Hart, Councillor Costins, carried 7-0. Thank you, councillors. The meeting started at 4:05. So do we now need to call for a motion to continue the meeting? Councillor Costin had his hand up. Councillor Costin.
Mayor, I'd like to propose a motion that we defer the remaining items to a date to be determined. We've been going 4 and a bit hours now. We've averaged 3 items an hour. We still have, 8 items to go. There's another couple of hours and then we've got a closed meeting after this. I'm afraid it's just too much and it doesn't lead to quality decision making.
Councillor Costin. Councillor Finnegan.
I'll second Councillor Costin's motion.
Have we got any questions around that? Yep.
Are there any items that are pressing or a matter of urgency that sort of need to be dealt with tonight?
Councillors, I would suggest item 9.13 would be a missed opportunity. You could miss the opportunity to put in a funding grant altogether because of the time frame for the closing of that country football netball program.
I'm happy
sorry,
to...
the other, just a
propose-
comment further, that the other items in the open meeting are less time critical.
Yep,
Yeah,
that's
the
only
others are
one.
less time critical in the open agenda. There is one matter in the closed agenda that I would hope councillors might consider tonight, if possible.
Thank you. Councillor Costin.
I'm happy to propose we adjourn, that we defer the remaining business after consideration of 9:13, that we go straight to 9:13.
Can you add
I'm not sure
9:12?
what...
It'd be a real quick one.
I'm not sure what item in the closed meeting the
Chair and
CEO
voting
is...
screen.
Well, it's not time critical. No, it's not time critical. So, Councillor Costin, your motion is that we address number 913. Yep.
Can I just ask the CEO to be quite clear about the item in the closed meeting? Is it time critical?
Councillors, I think that the best value review of the Aged and Disability Services matter, whilst not technically time critical, is certainly a matter that we are seeking a resolution on, as our clients and our staff would be seeking a resolution as soon as possible.
Okay, I understand where you're going now. So I propose we defer all remaining business except 9:13 on the open agenda and whatever number the aged care review is in the closed agenda. Thank you.
Well, we've also got another item in the closed agenda that someone's
Yeah.
travelled.
Time critical items I'm looking
It's
at. I'm not
Councillor
prepared
Hart?
to sit here for another hour.
Mayor, I'd be prepared to second it if it was just 9:13. I see the other items could be dealt with, presumably within a week. We might all be in the same room together. We know, obviously Councillor Costin and I are struggling with internet access that's intermittent. I think we deal with 9:13 and the rest can be deferred for a week, surely.
Yep, I'm happy with that.
So, Councillor Costin, you're moving that we defer.
We consider 9:13 and then defer all other business, including the business of the closed meeting, to a date to be determined, but as soon as possible.
Councillor Hart, you're seconding.
Yeah, I'm seconding Councillor Costin's resolution.
That's okay. Are we doing 9:12?
No, just doing 9:13.
It says defer business after
Yeah.
consideration of 9:13. So that implies we're doing 9:12 and 9:13.
No, just
So it's
9:13.
it's with the exception of
Oh,
9:13.
sorry.
It is reading that we're going to do the deferral after 9:13. Are you doing 9:12 as well?
No.
No, but we stopped considering business except for 9:13.
So that doesn't reflect that. That's
So we move to
Kendra.
defer all remaining business except 9:13
Kendria, you've got
to a future council.
some advice.
Sorry, if we could, councillors through you, Mayor, also include a reference to the continuance of the meeting, given that we initially had a moved motion on the continuance and that seemed to have dropped off, and we're now having a discussion around a deferral.
Deferral.
So if we could include continuance in that motion, we can draft that for you.
Okay, so we need to have a motion to allow us to continue because we've gone over the 4 hours. But I think, Councillor Costin, what you're saying is you'll move that to continue, but only to address 9.13.
That's right.
Thank you. Can we word that, please?
And it should say except for consideration. of item
With the
913.
exception, we're not going through 9:11, 9:12, whatever.
Yeah, that's it. So
Yeah, can I provide some assistance here,
does that just
please?
refer to the open meeting, Councillor Hart?
Oh. All it needs to say is that Councillor Costa moved a motion that Council can continue the meeting past 4 hours, comma, consider item 9.13 immediately, and then defer all remaining items. I think that would be clear then. We're going straight to 9.
Yep, agree. Including closed meeting items. Councillor Hart, are you happy with that wording? Hello?
Just before we continue, we have got an item in closed business where the report has been provided by someone who's travelled 3 or 4 hours to get here today and is waiting to come and address that item. The CEO appraisal, Bill Millard, is here.
I'm not sympathetic to that.
Councillor Hart? Is Councillor Hart, you still with us? Councillor Hart's frozen.
Mayor, I think I'm back. Can you hear me?
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we better get through this pretty quick. Or
Did you
That's
hear
exactly
my
why we
comments about the closed session item that Bill Millard, the independent chair, is here to speak to that report?
Well, no, I didn't hear that, and that's unfortunate. But I mean, you know, you're probably going to have at least one councillor, if not two of us, drop out by then anyway.
Okay. So, Councillor Costin, can you confirm the motion that you're moving, please?
Yes, move the motion that Council continue the meeting past 4 hours, then consider item 9.13 immediately and defer all remaining items, including closed business, closed meeting items, to a future council meeting, date to be determined.
Councillor Hart, is...
Yes.
You're going to second that motion? Okay,
Second.
thank you. Do we speak to those motions? We'll put that motion straight to the vote. Sorry? Are you speaking to the motion?
Sorry, I thought we were voting. Are we voting?
Does anyone wish to speak to the motion?
Oh.
I will.
Okay.
Yep, same.
Look, I think we've really got to consider the quality of our decision making here. After 4 hours, we all get a bit tired and frazzled, and we're not going to make good decisions. And in relation to the decision that Mr. Millard has come down to talk about, I mean, we need to make the right decision there, and I don't think we're in a good position to do that after 4 hours. So I'm not sympathetic to Bill. Bill's attendance, really, and I apologise to Bill for that. But I think this is possibly one where Bill could attend online at some future date. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Finnegan, Councillor Potter.
Thanks, Tosh. Yeah, I was sympathetic to this until I realised Mr. Millard's here. I think it is quite correct that we try and deal with that matter tonight, given the inconvenience and the cost, potential cost. That's my only point.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Finnegan.
Yeah, I'll be supporting this motion. I do think it's unfortunate that Mr. Millard has travelled so far to attend, but I do think that with an agenda that was 18 items long, with what was in the closed session, perhaps some consideration should have been given to, and the time limits we have on our meetings, that perhaps some consideration should have been given to having the urgent items and the crime-critical items being moved to the front of the agenda. And that having been done, we're in this situation. It's unfortunate that issues with weather, power and the like have caused issues for Councillor Costin and Councillor Hart, who've been dropping out throughout this evening. You know, it's a really unfortunate situation, but it's not, as I said, I certainly don't blame councillors for wanting to defer the rest of the meeting. We have a unscheduled meeting scheduled, and that we can move items from this onto that.
Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Hanson.
Yeah, I can completely understand the councillors who wish to defer the rest of the items. It wasn't that long ago in the Apollo Bay meeting that I had let the Mayor know that once the meeting got to a certain point that I was going to leave the meeting because I had a fair amount of travel in front of me. I'm about an hour and 20 minutes and, you know, I did make that decision, but I do support Councillor Finnegan's points. I think the urgent items should have been, more urgent pressing items should have been at the front of this meeting, and we could have possibly even held the closed session earlier. So anyway, we find ourselves in this situation, but ideally I'd probably prefer to continue the meeting at least for another hour, but if other councillors are telling me they just cannot, then I respect that.
Thanks, Councillor Hanson. Okay, councillors, I'll put it to the vote. Motion is as on the board. All those in favour? Councillor Finnegan, Councillor Costin, Councillor Hart. Those against? Councillor Potter, Councillor Hanson, Councillor Arnott, Councillor White. Motion is lost. Councillor Costin.
Another procedural one. I move that item 9.13 be brought forward for discussion next, and also advise that I will leave the meeting after discussion on 9.13.
Sorry, point of order. Should it also be noted that a motion about the continuance of the meeting has just been lost, thereby we should not be continuing the meeting?
The motion of the continuance of the meeting has been lost.
Yeah, I support that point of order, ma'am, by Councillor Finnegan. We've just voted to not extend the meeting.
Councillor Potter.
Mayor, well, the vote not to extend the meeting included another item, and had it just been a vote to continue the meeting standing alone, I think that would have been supported, and then you could take a motion then to deal with 9.13. I understand Councillor's Costin position. He's intending to leave the meeting after 9.13. If the remainder of councillors wanted to take that item that is in the closed session, how does that leave us as far as numbers and the ability to have it in the absence of Councillor Costin?
Can we have some advice on that?
Mayor, while you're considering that, I absolutely sympathise with Councillor Costin's position, and I'm dropping in and out all night. And, you know, you've got such an important matter in the enclosed decision, two very important matters.
Yeah.
To be even contemplating that you would use your numbers to force that through when there are obviously technology issues going on tonight, it would be appalling governance that you would even contemplate doing that.
We're hearing you loud and clear now. There's no problems. Councillor Finnegan.
My question is, if the meeting does continue and both the councillors drop out, will we have the amount to continue? Will we have the quorum to maintain? Is the quorum 4 or 5 councillors?
Okay, Councillor Potter, we need to somehow resolve this.
Mayor, could I move a motion that we continue the meeting past the 4 hours, and then perhaps we can need another motion perhaps to what we deal with after that.
Okay, so we'll put that motion. Can I have a seconder for that, that we continue the meeting? Councillor Hanson. It's a procedural motion, so we'll just vote
Well, I was
on
going to
it.
say point of order, because this has now come after 8:05 p.m, which is 4 hours into the meeting. Has the meeting lapsed? I'd like to see governance advice on that.
Through you,
Can I
Mayor.
propose an amendment?
Can we just get the advice first, please, Councillor Costin?
Through you, Mayor, noting that I think when we referred back to the commencement of the meeting being 4:05, there was obviously a debate on foot, and I think you noted at that time that we would finish that item and then move to consideration of whether to continue or not. There's a potential there for a little bit of leeway. This debate itself has gone on for some time, so we are now at nearly 8:20, close to 8:20.
Yep.
So it really be a matter for the chair to decide, using the chair's discretion, as to whether further motions can be contemplated at this point.
Okay. So at this point in time, we've ceased the meeting, and we need a motion if we're going to continue the meeting. Councillor Potter, you moved that motion that we continue the meeting?
Yes. So did you make the decision then to be able to take this motion?
Yes.
Right. In
Councillor?
that case, I'm moving the motion.
That we continue the meeting as right through?
No.
Just continue the meeting to then. Okay, Councillor
First
Hanson.
we make that decision, then we
Yeah,
make
then
the
we'll
next
make other
one.
decisions. Councillor Hanson, you second that? We'll vote on continuing the meeting. All those in favour? Councillor Arnott, Councillor Hanson, Councillor White, Councillor Potter. Those against? Councillor Finnegan.
Councillor Hart's
Councillor Costin, Councillor Hart, are you with us? Councillor Hart's not with us. I really do think with the technology...
No. Councillor Hart, did you
Councillor
see any
Hart?
of that?
Yes or no, Stephen? Councillor Hart?
I've missed. I've been dropping in and out for the last 10 minutes, so I don't know what you're doing now, to be quite candid.
All right, I think we'll call it a day on that basis. We can't...
And we need to know what's happening with the balance
of the items. So we need a motion to defer the items to the next meeting. Need a motion.
Do we
to that
have
effect?
item 913 in us? That's the question.
So,
do we all agree that we have item 913 in us?
Yes.
we addressed...
Yeah, I'm happy to deal with 913. We probably could have dealt with it by now.
Correct, we could have.
Sorry, I thought that the motion
What?
to extend beyond 4 hours and deal with 9:13 was voted down. Was that correct? Correct? So that
Yeah.
decision has been made.
We didn't
chair
have
can
Councillor
adjourn the
Hart's
meeting.
vote on that, sorry. No, we didn't. He just said he didn't know what was happening.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think we need to adjourn the meeting to...
No, we've got a motion to extend
So
the meeting. I'm sorry. You accepted a motion to extend the meeting. Moved Councillor
Councillor
Potter,
Hanson.
seconded Councillor Hanson. The only thing we were waiting for was a confirmation of vote from Councillor Hart. We had votes here.
Yeah, that's right, Councillor Hart. We didn't know whether you were with us when we were voting on that motion to continue the meeting.
And the
So
step
are you with us now, Councillor Hart?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay.
I'm not voting from... If I'm forced to vote, I voted for the earlier motion that we continue the meeting and deal with 913.
That's what the
But I'm
intent
not
is here.
supporting a motion that just has an open-ended, we're dealing with everything.
No.
So
Yes.
if that's the motion you're going to put, I'll be voting against it.
Okay, so we're putting that motion that we continue the meeting. All those in favour? Councillor Arnott, Councillor Hanson, Councillor White, Councillor Potter. Those against? Councillor Costin, Councillor Hart, Councillor Finnegan. So we're continuing the meeting. So we'll go on now.
Mayor, I'm proposing not to continue my attendance at this meeting. I'm sitting here in the dark, without power, without heating, without dinner. I think enough is enough. And if you think you can make sensible decisions after 5 hours, I think you're kidding yourself. Thank you.
Not 5 hours.
I would seek to move a motion to amend the order of business to deal with item 9.13
Yep.
right now.
I would second that.
Second that motion. So we'll deal with 9.13 now. Okay, let's move to item 9.13. Oh, we've got to vote on your motion to move to 9.13. All those in favour? Got a seconder? Councillor Arnott. So Councillor Finnegan moved it, Councillor Arnott seconded it. All those in favour? Councillor Hart, Councillor Finnegan, Councillor Potter, Councillor White, Councillor Hanson, Councillor Arnott. Thank you. Okay, now where are we at? We move to 9.13, which is the proposed application for the 2024-25 Country Football Netball Program. And the purpose of this report is to seek Council's endorsement to apply for funding to the Victorian Government 24-25 Country Football Netball Program for two projects, the upgrading of the netball courts, lighting at Eastern Reserve and Jellybrand Rec Reserve. Councillors, do I have any questions of officers?
Can I flag that I wish to move the motion to the officer's recommendation?
Thank you. Any questions of officers? No, Councillor. Okay, we'll move. We have a recommendation from officers who would wish to move the motion. Councillor Arnott, Councillor Potter, Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor White. Look, this is really a no-brainer to accept it. I think it's a great opportunity for us to get some funding. If we don't accept this now, then the funding will go past us. Our sporting facilities are in need of every assistance we can give them.
Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Councillor Potter.
I'd just like to thank the officers for identifying this opportunity and putting this before us.
Thank you. Any other councillor wish to speak? Councillors, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Hart, Councillor Arnott, Councillor Hanson, Councillor White, Councillor Potter, Councillor Finnegan. The motion is carried 6-0, noting that Councillor Costin has left the meeting.
I'd like to move a motion to defer all remaining items on the rest of the meeting to, for the rest of the meeting, to the unscheduled council meeting on the 11th of September.
Seconded by Councillor Hart.
Seconded by Councillor Hart.
We don't yet have an unscheduled council meeting on the 11th of September, but you could do that through resolution now.
It's in our calendar. We've been told about it.
It's a placeholder, and we haven't. I'm just flagging that it hasn't formally been called. So I'm happy to just pause and get advice from the governance officer.
Yes, thanks, CEO, and through you, Mayor. So we've drafted the motion, which works to the intent of what Councillor Finnegan was speaking to defer the remaining items on the agenda to a future council meeting. So when a future council meeting is called, or we give notice of a future council meeting, these items will automatically go on the agenda of that meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think all councillors have been operating under the assumption that the unscheduled meeting that's in our diaries had already been called, but because, yeah.
That's all right. So, Councillor Finnegan, you've moved that, and it's been seconded by Councillor Hart.
Yes, I'll second the latest version.
Thank you. All those in favour? Oh, you can speak to, it's a procedural motion, you want to speak to it?
I would just like to make the point that well, for councillors, I guess it's in our diary, and that there's already agenda items on it, and I would hope that the Mayor and the CEO look at the agenda and move urgent things to the start of the meeting. Potentially even in committee could start, I don't even know whether that can start straight away, so that the person who's travelling 3 or 4 hours can not have to sit in the foyer for hours and not potentially be left in the same situation, and that items that don't need to be dealt with by this council then might need to be dealt with with the new council.
Hear, hear.
Thanks, Councillor Hanson. Anyone else? Okay, councillors, I'll now put it to the vote. All those in favour? Carried. Councillor Hart, Councillor Arnott, Councillor Hanson, Councillor White, Councillor Potter, Councillor Finnegan. The vote is carried 6-0.